Hey, doing lovelies. Yes, I did sleep like a baby, like a sweet little prince after last night's stream. Oh boy, did I ever. But luckily, there was enough time that I could completely be crashed out and go into the world that by the time we got here, I had enough energy to get back again. So I had enough time as well to make a few little notes from yesterday because I was pretty wiped out at the end that after everything, I pretty much just like couldn't talk about anything. I was just like, all right, I'll talk to you guys about it later. But I've made some notes since then. So, and I also took some time to make some notes from the um the panels that we're supposed to be getting today as well, right? So here they are. So first of all, from yesterday, I'll go through like the world gen stuff. Like, what was the point of us saying it? Like, with that, I don't even still know if it's like, oh, are you using, oh, so this is what you've developed and this is what you're using now for everything that you're doing? Or are you saying that this is something that is going to be included in some other, like, I don't know what was the, like, it's nice to see, but why are you showing it to us? Lovely, but, the weather stuff looked cool. And I like the smooth rendering and graphically and that, but like, I don't know, does that still need to be like, does that mean like all the planets at the moment need to be reworked to do that, or what is going on? Like, I don't know exactly the repercussions of that technology. Is that something we're even going to see for a while or not? And then the bit of like all the org stuff and the group UI stuff is like, well, conceptually was good. We still had no idea of like hearing about plans for them to actually develop it, like at all. And the bit of VoIP stuff was cool, but also like when, like, are you saying that this is done now? If you've done it, is it in, or like what what was in the way? Because it was all seemed pre-recorded. Um, then like the clan, I still remember that the clan tag, like being able to tag individuals as like enemies, and that the grief at orgs or any org that just like decides that they don't like someone, they're just going to be able to like start adding into that and have like it's going to be open warfare. Like they said, they're going to remove like whoever's on like a server list, so streamers can't sort of be hunted. But if they can be hunted in that way by having their like name permanently made red for like orgs of thousands of people that are just trying to kill us, then that's insane. That's the worst possible thing they could have ever done. Yes, it's like a hit list essentially. The org decals and hex code colors. Okay, it was great to hear that it's still the plan, but when? Because they still told us that it was the plan. They've showed us that stuff before, but like they've done is reiterate it. They haven't told us anything about the reality of it. Um, and then there was the sort of armor stats things on it. Like, okay, cool, but once again, when? What's the point? Like, you know, cool ideas. And then there was the worm, which seems like there was actual gameplay and everything. And okay, it's nice that they did that to sort of tidy up that old thing. That was funny to see, but whatever. So also then after that, so what we've got today, I've like written sort of the panels down. What we're going to see and how long they go for, and I've written two little categories after each of one of them actually, which is one is each one has worry and redemption. So for each of these panels, I've listed what my worries are of what we're going to see from them, of what we might be thinking I'm going to see for them, and then I'm going to post my redemptions, which is like if they do this or better, then they will have, you know, it's like, all right, you've at least met minimum standard or exceeded expectations. So I'll just start off all here. So we've got crafting your home is the first one that we're going to have. So this is going to be base building, and it's like base building fundamentals. So they're saying it's fundamentals. They said they started development on it in Q1 this year, and development of it really does still just mean like conceptually talking about it and that. And so there's a good chance, and this is, I'm going to lead right into the first worry here, that this is just a really good PowerPoint presentation. Now, I know we've seen some assets and stuff on concept videos in the previous year, so we might see some video concept stuff beyond the PowerPoint presentation. But my worry is we're just going to see more like, all right, look how much we've thought it through. Like, you know, this is the plan we're going to go through. But then if it's nothing more actual work done than just concept, and we don't get any real idea of a timeline or at least like a release date, it's really not interesting. But the redemption of it is that if they have a playable demo for it that shows they're actually like walking around placing, you know, building parts or whatever on a like internal server, like that's, you know, that's pretty good. And explain where these buildable plots will be. So like, you know, are they going to be in Stanton? Like, are they going to be in Pyro? Are they going to be in these other systems? Are we just going to have them on a test server? Like, give us an idea of like how this is going to go down. And then, yeah, give us like a timeline or at least a version date that we're expecting this to kind of go for. So we've got an idea. Because my kind of, if you were here yesterday, you'll understand that my kind of gripe with all this stuff is like, all right, I'm good with it, with one of these stuff you say, as long as you give us an idea of when we can expect or how to grasp this stuff at all. Because if they give us no tether, then they're not expected to it or held to it at all. And I can't, it's just a JPEG of an idea, you know? They're not putting any belief behind it. They're just like, you know, you can come up with anything sensational that you want to put in your game. But if you have no real plans on like working sure and developing to making sure that it works like right now, then it's really just, you know, they're just blowing smoke up your ass at that point. And that's how, it's just like the old way of they used to really get in trouble with these sorts of CitizenCon things, which was just like doing all these panels of just like blowing wind up your ass. But at least there's one thing coming up, which is the next panel, which is the Captains of Industry. And this one, it only has like 45 minutes in between it, but it might actually be, there's a 15-minute, it might be a 15-minute break after the first one's that goes for an hour. And this one, it says like 45 minutes, but this might just be 30 minutes with a 15-minute break. And if it's a 30-minute one, then that means it's literally just a ship sale. So this is where we're going to get stuff. And so the description of it for this one says, it's Captains of Industry, and it's ships and vehicle as tools for base building, essentially. And it says, revisit a classic and more. So I don't think this is all just about home building stuff, like they kind of make it seem. I think Captains of Industry implies this is saying like the Misc Fortune's going to come out in this one, I'm thinking. I think there might be some other ones, and there's like base building tool ships. I don't know. We're still yet to know how those little, you know, cargo letter ships are supposed to work with it. So, but here's my worry with this is that my worry is that they exclusively sell ships that have no actual use in the game or timeline to when they would be useful. That's my worry. That's going to happen in this little ship sale bit. The redemption I've got for this panel is multiple ship reveals, Misc Fortune, ready to fly, and then actually provide a previously unprovided use in the game. Because I'm just really not a fan of them padding out new ships because they go, oh, because in law, this company doesn't have a starter of this size yet, so they're entering the market with this, and it's their first foot in the door. Like, cool, but cool story for your made-up game that doesn't exist yet, which I do enjoy, but even me, you're kind of making me cringe here, because like you're essentially saying the reason you put it in is because you wanted to make a ship that was just like all these other ships that you already have in the game, and so you wanted to add even more. Like, that just means you're adding more ships that just don't have any individual use or purpose other than style wise. Style wise is important, yes, but I mean, come on. And they just give some real defining differences between some of these, you know. They really just like, you got to get a little bit real with it. You got a little bit real. So yeah, and so use is already in game essentially with it, because if they just bring out those little like the base building vehicles, like they're kind of alluding to that they are, and which we've seen pop up in the game, and if base building really isn't that close to being happening, don't unleash. We don't need any more mules bumping around, dude. You know what? We don't need a we don't need a rock DS and like ships that just have actually no purpose, just like flooding the store. Like each time you get to like explain to someone like new, like, oh, what about this one? Should I get that? And you go, no, don't. Why? It's like it has no purpose. it has no purpose. Oh, it's a forklift. Cool. Should I get that? And the forklift doesn't work. It's sad. It's a little bit of my soul, man. Then we've got The Stars My Destination, which is Star Citizen 1.0, and this is supposed to go for like 2 hours essentially, and it's supposed to be outlining a high-level overview of Star Citizen 1.0 and their intentions going forward. Now, my worry for this is, once again, no dates. PowerPoint. But Redemption, for me, provides an idea of what we can expect in 2025, dates, footage of new gameplay mechanics not mocked up, because I was thinking, like, since seeing things yesterday, I really thought we were going to learn what we were going to get next year, you know? If they're telling us, like, Star Citizen 4.0 is going to be out at the end of this year, that's 2024, they have not given any time frame for anything beyond 4.0 at the end of this year. I have no idea what is coming out in Star Citizen 2025, right? And if the last panel that they do about Star Citizen 1.0, which is the only like time they've ever mentioned a like a next version release thing, this entire CitizenCon, and if they don't give an idea of when we're supposed to see at least the next version or any features tied to a version that are tied to some sort of date that we can expect next year, then everything that they will have shown us this CitizenCon has all been smoke and mirrors. Nothing with dates tied to it or anything. Is this stream just ranting about dates? No, it's just about them showing us something that we can expect, you know? Like, they've been holding off on updates for so long, so that, like, the updates in particular about what we're seeing from this, if we haven't anything tangible whatsoever to think about what's going to happen after this year, then when are we supposed to expect that? Like, I'm actually quite confused by what we've seen so far. I'm not angry. I'm actually hoping here. A part of my redemption parts of these things is that I want to see, like, I was annoyed by sort of, I think a lot of people were annoyed by yesterday's sort of start of Brave New Worlds about the world generation stuff, right? But the entire time I'm like, hold on, let me see what they say in tomorrow's Crafting Your Home and Captains of Industry, because I've got a feeling that Genesis technology is supposed to tie into, like, they're going to say we may have had like a breakthrough with the base building. And if they say that they've got a breakthrough with the base building and it works with the Genesis system, then that makes total sense why they showed us like all that world generation stuff. Because if it's all like it works with terrain deformation or whatever, and it means they can stably put these up, and if that like completes the puzzle of the Genesis, like, you know, oh, that's going to make yesterday seem so much more interesting again, you know, to me at least, because it's going to put on like context, and we're going to get an idea of like, okay, they showed us that stuff because it means that they're using stuff with the base building, that which is going to be, say, the basis of how all the planets going forward in Pyro and Nyx are going to be. And then they're going to say, oh, and you know, base building is going to be launched with Nyx, and Nyx can be expected in 2026 or the very start of 26 or the end of 25. I don't know, you know, like some sort of an idea to give us an idea of how we're supposed to feel about when we're going to get these things. Because the last thing I need is more like more information for what might happen with Star Citizen in the future. There's plenty of things they've said about what might happen in the future, you know. And it's great that they're reiterating and getting tighter on their view of what all this stuff is in development in recent times, but it without anything tangible from it coming out of this, if we don't have anything tangible, I don't know. It feels strange. But I'm hoping that it's because they're waiting for the KO punch at the end that's going to tie all these things together. Like they're going to say, like last time they said dates and that, like, oh, these are going to all be out in the next 24 months or something. They might just say that, and I'm going to go like, I knew it. They were holding on to it. Like, I'm hoping it's something like that, honestly. But it is odd that they haven't kind of. The Levski stuff was cool. It was cool for you guys especially, but I wasn't playing around that time, so I was like, oh, I don't recognize any of these places. I had full FOMO. I had Levski FOMO for real. It's a real condition, you guys. All right, let's see. How long has we got on this thing? Okay, it's like 40 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I still have high hopes, but so you can be disappointed again when they miss it. No, see, the thing is, I was fine. A lot of people were disappointed with how they were saying, like, oh, in the next 24 or next 12 months, we're gonna have all this stuff, in from when they said in CitizenCon, and a lot of people were really upset by that. And sure, they haven't gotten like they kind of did it, but they didn't do. There were lots of things in CitizenCon last year that they made seem like it was a part of that promise, but they weren't. They were just the PowerPoint presentations. And when you watch it back now, you realize it's like, oh my god, they made all this, and this, and this, and this seem like it was a part of all like that other stuff that they were saying we were gonna get. What are you talking about? Yeah, you get a bit more descriptive, which okay there. Lord Piccolo. I see it. I see it now, Max. I see it now. Yeah, I forgot where I was. Anyway. Yeah, we'll see if we go. I don't want dates from them anymore because I don't believe them anymore. Like last year's president is all about dates. They missed most of them. See, that's just it. We watched it a bit beforehand, and there were heaps of stuff that they said that they were going to give us. Yeah, they said it seemed like things that they were, but then weren't really whatsoever. They were just still kind of what we're seeing with these PowerPoint presentations. So that's why this one I'm looking at it, being like, all right, hold on, these are just the PowerPoint presentation parts. Like these are all just the parts that they didn't deliver on last year. Like if these were the equivalent of what we saw last year, these are all the things that they didn't deliver on, types of things, where the things that they were like, okay, no, like these ships, like these things, this new HUD, all this stuff we're porting over, all that stuff, like the new star map and all this, that all stuff happened. Like, but everything how they said, like the distribution was here. Here's a perfect example: the distribution centers. They were like, we're gonna put the distribution centers in. They're gonna have roads, and they're gonna look like this, and they're gonna have all these warehouse space, and they're gonna look like this. Like, cool, yeah. And that was the true part. And then they brought out like a concept artist, and then he started talking about raids and these elaborate missions that could take place, and these NPCs that you could talk to, and all these things that could happen inside of the distribution center. That was all the fake stuff. That was all the PowerPoint presentation stuff. That was all like the mocked up stuff from that point when the artist came out. But the first bit, the distribution centers and the roads and everything, that was the thing that they were promising. At the time, we thought they were promising that, and then raids, and then all this, and then all the things in here, and then the bounty hunter stuff here. We were expecting all of that. No. They were just promising the first part, and the rest of it was just them talking like, and wouldn't it be cool what we could do here in the future? And wouldn't it also be cool what we could do in the future? So that's why this time I'm just really trying to look at for like, all right, where are they using this really particular language to, say, oh, this is the thing we're actually doing. And then these are the things that we could do in that space theoretically if we wanted to. And at the moment, they're really not giving any proof like with how they're saying things that these are the things we're going to do, like which like, so when can I expect those org colors and hex codes then? Like, are you saying that's what, 4.1, you know, 1.0? When like when, or is this not on the cards? Is it not on the cards? Like, I don't know. They're only 50% what they promise. Yeah. I mean, and that's just it. When you look at it, and then you look at it, and you realize that yeah, it's because 50% of it was just them saying how that technology could be, or how that thing could be used in the future, not how it will be used in the next thing. Silver bingo card and saw Duck Dynasty multiple times. Can you turn it in now? Yes, I think I remember that one as well. Let me just grab it. My end. Yeah, let me try. I'm trying to put. Yeah, let's just pirate broadcast Space Tomato for a little bit while I do some back end bingo stuff.
You won't see us on the other side. You loop back around and fly with us and get hit by lightning, dude. You're in an Aurora. You shouldn't even be here.
Yeah, we got another bingo. Oh, Dakota Rambler. That's a good hit. Congratulations. I don't know why I did that hit. That voice.
IAE is in about a month. Yeah, I can't tell how much of that is the true physics of the game. Because when this game is running on a closed system and it's not in a like the PU, maybe it does run that well, you know, and all that stuff does work. But if you're on the PU, those barrels would be like glitching into the landing pad, shooting out and damaging your ship, flying in circles.
So much of this was on rails, I felt.
I still don't know if the speed there makes sense, because it doesn't say SCM or nav mode down below.
Wow! Wow! Man, that's.
I'm wary of these bingos that are happening out of Thingo, since people could have gotten them at different times or rewatching. So remember, you're all on a bingo at this moment. On a bingo. Let's find some better footage.
How are you doing, Los Angeles?
Wait, no, that's CitizenCon last year. So where was the org footage again? Hold on.
To end on, because we couldn't show everything we're working on, but what would it look like in the unlikely event where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
And my org, right?
Yeah, it's a little teaser for tomorrow's crafting your home presentation and what you can build together as an org, and teasing something else coming in the future. Have a great CitizenCon, guys. See you there.
See ya.
I didn't think it was him watching me. Alright, so let's take a look at this. So here's a few questions I have here. So back here, we're seeing colors here. They may be saying that, like, oh, you can use org colors, but you can't access hex codes otherwise, or something. Maybe, like, you don't know what they're saying necessarily. And are they only going to be use them in certain ways? Because, like, this one just having it at the bottom is kind of weird. And does it mean that these are like hex code shirts, or can we put the logo on like anything? Because I mean, you'd have to assume they're saying that these are all hex coded, the armor, clothes, and ship thingers. Okay, so we got the decal on these spots. I see, and I wonder if you can like pick where these go in particular, or does each ship just have like a decal spot? Are there any crates? See, I'm not seeing any crates that have like. That was a good reaction. Let's see. Man, I remember after that first bit, and like realizing we'd seen like watched like 5 hours. It was delirious. Yeah, I really hope today is like short and powerful, you know? Like Jared.
Player-powered matchmaking.
Ooh,
Pad rammers, active griefers, you know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block people as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want to talk to anymore. So what we're trying to do is we're doing something called black holing them from communications. So you can't see them talk, and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now, we also have...
They're going to say, someone like me will like outrage at it and say that this later thing of like, oh, orgs can like mark people to be immediately hostile with. And they'll say, well, that's fine. All you have to do is block them. All you have to do is block those people. Like, so you're saying I need to go find out these hostile orgs and then find every single player in these orgs and go through and block every single one of them. Like, you got nothing coming, buddy.
Have a much requested hostiles list for
Yeah,
people
if you
who
just
have
join
made
other friends,
a real
exactly.
enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh yeah. You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago. You remember why. 'Cause
I do like the
you're gonna
notes.
Forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
All right, so now I have my friends list up to date. I can find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience when you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're a friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100+ people in one ship? Come on.
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe offline for some reason. A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown. So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's worth applause. So you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. It's essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh. So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all. And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So as we add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to
want to
coordinate
play
a lot
with the
better.
Polaris
And
so
while we're
badly,
talking
you
about
guys.
group play, and maybe it's on one
I know it's so
group play in
silly,
this
but
case,
I just
we're
want to play
improving
with it
quality
so
of life for our
badly.
streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a
I want to
sharp
get up to
playlist.
tomfoolery in
We're
it
going to be obscuring
so
things like
badly.
your on-screen name and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming. And that's the full friends and party tab.
Pretty cool.
It's a party for the eyes.
It's a party for the others. All right, so the new Friends and Party place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're going to have a lot more players in there. There must
Oh,
be a better way.
Mags.
Well,
It is
then
criminal.
We have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder.
This, I'm hoping
So,
me and
the
other
Party
content
Finder,
creators are going to
it's a
have
dynamic system.
so much fun with. I'm hoping to have so much fun with this one. Like, please, 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 please. Especially if we get these like way bigger servers, there's more chance of people that know me that if they see my username pop up would join to like Zerg with us on a Polaris or something, right? I'll just be like, who would be more likely to do something like crazy that I suggest people doing something. I cannot wait until we can do that, dude. Oh my god. Like I play a lot of like Rust and stuff, and a lot of Rust streamers that are really popular. Like, you know, when they'll they'll do like Zergs where they get a lot of people on and just swarm some base or something, and it's such chaos and fun. And I've never been able to do that before. And being able to do that on like a massive ship in like such an epic way with a bunch of like lunatics seems so much fun, especially if it's like trying to come up with something. So you're like, let's see if we can get the Polaris inside of like Lawville or something, like fully manned, completely just torpedoing the CBD. It'd be a great time. All right, let's keep watching more.
That's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So if you are looking for more players, just go in here.
I've actually suggested that they do this before, but like do this on like a physical screen in the space terminals, like right where you get the ASOP. Essentially, if they had like a big screen up the top that had like a live ticker of stuff like this, have like local people looking for a party, and so it would be like, oh, if you go to that port, you would get like a local version of this, so that way you would know that the people for this mission would all be already in that hangout with you. And so seeing all that stuff just like right there, go, oh, you just know that, right, you're here, boom, everyone boom gets in. Like having a local version of this, like even if it was just tied into this, say there was like a global version of like this, which is what you could access in your mobiGlas. If you like just had like whatever ones were locally coming from the area that you're in now in those spaceports, it just had only those like up on a physical screen, like a departure screen kind of thing, like looking for people. That would be so good. Just like, because if you wanted like to mess around and join a crew, all you need to do was like go to the spaceport, which where you'd be going anyway, like look up and see if there's anything going on that you'd rather do than going out and doing something by yourself. Like it's just like natural or instinctive. But if you join some party on the mobiGlas and you don't know, like, is this person just like halfway through eating like a big salad or something and is barely and paying attention, they're just floating out of space, some middle space somewhere, and so you're like, oh, I think I've got to go to them, and then you start going to them, and then you realize that they're going somewhere else, and like, no, come meet me at this, like, ugh, and you're like, Jesus Christ, and then the whole thing just falls apart and crashes before you even get together. That sucks, you know?
Advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space combat fun times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shields.
Maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear. So you can then request, the people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned.
What does this mean? I understand current max. What's pending? So currently we have 5 people. The max of the group is 8. Pending. Is that like a bunch of people have applied? So like 9 other people have applied, are in waiting, and the leader could accept them or whatever. This person, see, yeah, things like this. There's only 1 person in the party currently. 9 people want to join, and there's like a thing of 4 who's not accepted anyone. Like, how many like time wasting things like this are going to be in there?
So like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on, you're going to be able to use those as filters to find the right group. And this is all purely because we want you to find the kind of group gameplay that you want to engage in. And it's for all types of players. FPS combat, racing, beacons, role play, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas. It should always be easy to find action, things to do, and people to play with.
So I can create a party from a couple friends. I can party launch into the game on the same shard. Then I can share my party with the party finder, and other people will want to join up. Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already, how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones, and voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well, let's chat about chats. So, we're adding options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own.
Ugh. When people start clapping. You can tell that we've been hurt for too long. Oh yeah, all that stuff made me sad.
Let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
The head rotation
you know we
was
can do a
pretty
fake
good
video
for
call,
this.
Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Hey Sean, and a big hello to everybody at CitizenCon. How's it going?
Hey Sean.
Hey, Ollie. It's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using FOIP. Where are you?
Drive. That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of FOIP and my webcam. We've been working on FOIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
That sounds awesome. Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
Well, we started off by looking at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range of motion of the mouth.
Yeah, drop it. We're actually like, this is the thing. I should have made it so that stream wasn't visible from like overnight until the second one was done, because the way we were doing it was you weren't supposed to be able to get bingos for ones you hadn't actually seen like while the stream was away, and it was my bad for not turning it off. Making the stream not watchable for a bit afterwards, because otherwise everyone would have already have bingoed during that time. So I'm currently sitting here trying to think of what to do. Otherwise a lot of them are probably just gonna be gone with people coming back and looking at the previous ones.
This. Hopefully, you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam. And this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before, one of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously. We've also started to add in secondary motions that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh? And finally, one other thing we noticed was the tracking quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam. We're seeing positive results in low light conditions, but we're also seeing a small quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to go with FOIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to see what wonderful things you use it for in the verse.
So I see you in the
Just because it could
let's change how you look.
lead to
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my...
a flood of people all doing it immediately, you know? Oh, that could have been a cyborg at the time. We didn't do it either. and then that'll be gone, which would be kind of a bummer. But you're right. It would be good to get to let people still have a go. C3PO, you had a bingo you were saying as well, didn't you? It was someone else, but sorry, I'm reading through a bunch of the different comments here. Yeah, I'd be happy to just if you drop it if you want to remove like those couple or something, or C3PO if you did. Yeah, 3PO. Did you say you had a bingo before as well? I know someone said they did as well. But yeah. I feel comfortable if you for you to remove a couple or whatever. You trust to do that. I can sit on this side anyway. But and the thing is, I've got a second timer on here. You'll see that says bingo over in and counts down because that's when their stream is over. That means that's the last time we'll have. And my plan is that if we've still got things to give away, I'm gonna like be going way more lax, like by the time that runs out. So the goal is like I don't want to be left with anything to give away, you know. So I want to make sure that we do get them out there, but it'll always be best after being able to actually physically call out a dad on screen, So I was trying to make it the most fun for everyone.
My appearance here a little bit and see what we can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what FOIP will look like on your character.
I feel like this is going to be fake somehow because it really does look good, Like it really, like I know that's that could just be me being an idiot, but when something just looks good, you're like, did you do that though?
Let's start off by changing my hairstyle, shall we? We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from. And
like that head rotation that they're talking about really does fucking work well with this. It's crazy.
Long hair back in the day. So let's try and find something longer than I currently have. Okay, that's wild. Not quite what I'm looking for, but what else do we have? Dreadlocks. Super cool. Not what I'm after though. Let's see here. There we go. Much better. The fun thing here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around and quickly see what I'm going to look like.
It's up to you,
Let's stick with
3PO.
that for now. That looks good to me. We can do the same for anything else in the customizer, but I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that FOIP still works when changing the structure.
This annoyed me. This annoyed me so much. They constantly kept reiterating that, like, no matter how much I change this thing, the FOIP still works. It's like, yeah, you're not changing your face. You're just a skeletal structure. And this is changing, like, what's attached to that skeletal structure. We're not stupid. Like, you're not sitting there like, no matter how much I bash my real head with a hammer, it still recognizes my face in game. Like, that would work, but he wasn't bashing his face with a hammer. He was just changing the fucking options of the game. I felt so talked down to in this moment. Did anyone else? Was anyone else like that at all? Or was it just me? It was like, it is nothing. And look how long he talks about it for.
And characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer. And I'm just going to cycle through a few of them here to show you that whatever we choose, we're still tracking and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. FOIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam. You can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked, I can always just randomize here, which I think is a great way of not only showing the countless combinations of heads that we can make, but also that FOIP will continue to work with anything that we throw at it.
Still talking about it.
I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good.
It was about 2 minutes straight. He was talking about the fact that, and no matter what, it's still able to track me. It was about 2 minutes. Oh.
While we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes. So we want to keep the guide types from the website because there's already a lot of good ones there, and they already cover a very
So eye
large variety
trackers.
of gameplay.
Ooh,
And
it
as
could
we
have
add
been.
more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
No teaser. You're tease.
Oh yeah. But now,
Okay, we're gonna do a poll. We're gonna do a poll about expectations, all right? Because clearly they're going on and on and on and on and on about today being base building, right? All right. So our question is, what will we really see with bases? Power, still power points alone. Lots of cinematics. Gameplay footage. A date. And this is like for things that you think we'll see multiple of. Think of the biggest reveal out of the things that you think that you're willing, that you're really willing to put behind. Gameplay footage means that they've got like some sort of working model, right? It might just be internal, but they're running around, they're placing things, and they're showing how stuff is working. Cinematics is like what we saw last year, which was just like, oh, look, imagine these people working together and this thing just holographic pops in and this thing holograph pops in. Lots of still PowerPoints just being like, just showing us like, pretty much like what this thing was here, this UI thing of just like, wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool if it looked like this? Wouldn't this be cool? Wouldn't you love it if we did this? Yeah, we'd love it too. It'd be so cool. And now remember, they've got actual drivable vehicles that are in the game code at the moment. And we're pretty sure they're going to try and sell them to us. Okay? So there could be gameplay footage of the vehicles, but like, what are these vehicles going to do? Are these vehicles going to actually provide some sort of thing? You've got your clout bingo, Jimmy. Yeah. Base building with 4.1.0. I mean, that'd be huge. That's huge, We'll keep this up for a while, I think, because people are gonna be thinking about that when they come in. Because this, like, look, they're clearly the whole thing. The fact that it would put in the title of the thing, it's such a badly wanted, like, such a badly wanted. For me, it is one of my core. I haven't said this. This is one of my core gameplay, like, that I want from Star Citizen. I love just all the nomadic gameplay stuff. I want to be as off grid as possible. I come from like loving games like Rust and survival games. Like, so I want to go and like place my roost down and have something to like sink time and effort and things into. This is like absolutely one of my core gameplay loops that I'm here for the ever space game to enjoy. This is it. This is one of them. And so like them talking so much about that this is all coming, and that they're being so bold with this stuff is like, man, to hype people up this much, if they fuck it up or if it's just PowerPoint thing, it's like, man, you did that on purpose. You did that on purpose. Yeah, I played Valheim. Valheim's pretty, that's a lot of fun.
How do you become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of requirements that you've got to meet. And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things as well. And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide. And really, we've done this because we wanted becoming a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience. But why become a guide? Out of the goodness of your own hearts?
No.
You want to get paid. Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today, there are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
You do like to get paid.
That was
But
so
ultimately,
weird that he kept saying that. What was that about? Like,
have time to get into specifics today. There are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
so he's talking about in-game he likes to get paid from missions. Okay. Ooh, that's the timer. We like to get paid. There we go. Sounds very Superman-ish, you know? But a lot of these big things all just sound like the Superman theme song. Yeah. I've been thinking about this stuff. You know, have I been looking at this last time we were saying, like, what is this? Is it, like, actually from a ship, or is it from, like, they just, like, ship, like, pieces? I think they are just like different ship-like pieces and different like angles we've been seeing. Like I think we saw, you know, they've been like framing different like titles at the start, and they'll have like little bits of ships coming down in different parts. They were all like different parts of different ships. Superman type beat. But yeah, I think they're supposed to be like abstractions, but I can imagine there's a bunch of people out there taking screenshots and cutting and pasting them to try and connect them to see if there's any secrets in them. Red Mechanic, we're not clearing the cards, but we're not doing like, you have to be watching the broadcast live to claim a bingo on the, if you know what I mean. I should have technically have taken the day one stream down until day two was done for competitive reasons, because you know how we had a rule of like, if people come in and go, oh wait, which ones have I missed, then we wouldn't like say them in chat, but having the replay was like the ultimate version of that. But what we're doing essentially is like, for people that have found themselves in that sort of position, not knowing, what we've done is we're doing an honor kind of, if you thought you got a bingo or whatever, remove like a couple, and we're gonna go from fresh bingos for the rest of those couples for the things, if you did an accidental foul, you know what I mean? Because it's my bad of like not thinking about the what could potentially have happened by leaving that thing up at that point. But I trust everyone on the honor system of picking some to minus them to handicap themselves. And you very well might win right immediately. God, the chrome penguin. God, that was weird. I really haven't had time to watch or like hear anyone else's feelings on day one. What's has anyone got any headlines? Honestly, I passed out immediately. And I slept until the afternoon. I just like picking at the dads. I said we have leftovers. Well, you've already won one. If you've won a prize, you're out. Like you can't win any more than just the one. But if we're carrying over our cards previously from the day before. Can't eat food in the PU. Life stinks and I want my masks. Yeah, they're not going to give us like doubles of the Halloween masks, are they? Because I got like all the masks last year and I was pretty sure that like if I find any, I wasn't going to get like seconds of them anyway. So I just went, yeah. Yeah, Mags. They'll happen quick. I think. I mean, look at the ones that I'm missing. I still don't have a bingo yet. I think my closest one is ate a huge pasta dead. If I got that one, I would get it. Or if I got Farmer Dad and Fastest Dad Alive, or Muscle Dad and Aloha Dad, I got those, I'd win. Even 4 with only 1 dad. That sentence anywhere else would be thought was completely different. Oh, how old are they? Yeah, their names are Elvis, Doghouse, Cyborg, and Farmer. These are my children: Elvis, Doghouse, Cyborg, and Farmer. Now, boys, get in the row. This man's gonna be your new daddy. Is he really gonna be my daddy? It's my oldest dad. He's living in the doghouse. Elvis, go get Doghouse and give it to Farmer. Cyborg's been kicking up a fuss again. Oh, he's a living doghouse. Right. Just checking out these dads. I like that it sounded like she accepted it, though, you know? If I was doing it and said, I'm checking out dads at this convention, she just shook her head. But it seems like it's like, he's always doing that. How am I going to explain this to the marriage therapist? Just checking out some of these hot dads. I need a hot dad or I ate a huge pasta dad to win. True love. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was like 5 or 6 or whatever when I got to bed. I think I remember trying to like look for something to watch, and then realizing like, what the fuck are you doing? Like as I was doing, like, you want anything to watch? You're exhausted. Like, go to bed, and I just like push the screen over. Look, at least like today is, no matter what, each of these are non-stop bangers, because even if they are the worst thing, they're all on topics, on things I love. So even if it all is just lore, and someone's like, you know, oh, it's got to be like this. I would love it to look like this in the future, maybe. In the future, I think we're going to use hover cars. But, yeah, I mean, it's about base building, which is my favorite thing. Then they're doing the ship releasing, which is what I wanted yesterday so badly. Oh my god, I needed the dopamine hit of a ship release yesterday, and it just didn't come. It hurt so badly. And then CitizenCon 1.0, like that one's a huge one, because them actually like saying what's going to be in the 1.0 release, I don't think they've done that in modern times, you know. Like actually really defined what that release was gonna look like. So hopefully they kind of say that 1.0 is going to be the next kind of main release, I think. Have they said that before or not? I think they said something about hoping to, like, after 4.0 being it was going to be like a run to 1.0. Or am I making that up? I might be making that up. It's one time. Maybe. Who knows? I mean, it's so much shorter today. So, I wouldn't imagine. Yeah, it's super bad, Ninja, but I'm hoping that they say something around the end about when we can see features that were demonstrated. That would be the only real saving grace of that whole point. My one thing really from this that I wanted to see was dates, like for them to say what was pretty much to say what we're going to see next year. And that's the thing, it's we actually have no idea of what's coming next year after 4.0. They haven't said anything, and that just literally makes me think that they think server meshing and what comes in 4.0 is going to be so broken that they can't even start planning for what they're going to add after it, because they know they're going to have everyone just focusing on getting it working for the foreseeable future. That's kind of like how it's making me feel a little concerned, because that's why they're saying all this stuff here, and they're not saying when, on what version, or anything, because they're saying, yeah, these are the plans, but we can't tell you anything more beyond 4.0, because we don't know who's going to be even here when we're working on that. They gave a date for Squadron, I think, is what. Or they gave a year. They actually ended up going 2026, I think. I saw a trailer that they ended up putting a new trailer or whatever that had a year, I think. I mean, well, then you'd think that if it's 2026, then for 1.0, they would be looking at that to be the next major release for, like, at the end of 2025 kind of thing, yeah? Because as we've all been saying, like, they can't release Squadron without Citizen being in a much better state. I mean, maybe it'll be like they'll announce that this is like the 2-year sprint of having Squadron release, you know, at the end of 2026, and having Citizen 1.0 be out before it, you know, around that time or something. And that this is going to be this 2-year massive, just like monumental tech sprint. And then that's why they're doing this 1.0 thing now, to say, like, here's, temper your expectations, because with 1.0, this is the scale of what we're hoping to see it to. Maybe this is almost me theorizing. Again with the working elevators. You ask for too much. See, I'm not a Korea boo, but I've been watching a lot of South Korean psychological dramas recently on streaming services. I can't get enough of them, like mini-series. But the thing is, the South Koreans, sometimes they do really great stuff, but then they've also got some real schlock out there as well. But it takes a while. It takes like an episode or two to realize if you're watching the schlock or not. But if you got Netflix, I recommend The Frog and what was it? It was like Lethal Contradiction or something, was it? No, Deadly. Oh. Or Prison Doctor. Prison Doctor was great. Anyway, I need good recommendations for good Korean psychological dramas. I'm waiting for, obviously I'm waiting for Squid Game season 2. But God, they got some really good quality stuff. Japanese game shows are good as well. True. I really love Documental on Amazon Prime, which is the show where they get like 10 Japanese stand-up comedians and they put them in a room for 6 hours, and if they laugh or smile they get kicked out, and they've all got to bring in 10 million was it whatever it is, yen, and then whoever wins it all at the end. And so they've got like stakes in it, and because it's like not Japanese national broadcasting, they don't have a lot of the same censorship laws, and so it's like they're so absolutely off, like so off base, so fucking way off. They're like jerking each other off in some points, and oh my god. Like just to try and make the crack up, and it's so funny. Oh my god. But yeah, it's called Documental on Amazon Prime. But they that the one where they set up a dude with a woman on a date and her family. No. This is all literally oh, what you're talking about, that one. I mean, oh, those as well. These are kind of considered something like that, but these are done by one Japanese company. I think it's the Yoshimitsu Group or something. But it's all in like one room. So it's like they have like one room and like a changing area behind it, and it's all sort of like a kitchen, and so you can't escape like people around them. And yeah, LOL, exactly. What happened actually was they turned it into LOL and they exported the concept worldwide. But LOL, for everyone I've seen of LOL, there's an Australian one in particular, I cannot stand it. It is so inauthentic, like absolutely inauthentic. Like it feels like panel shows, almost like Taskmaster or like talk panel shows, when you have like that level of comedian or celebrity go on where they all have like their TV face, like, well, I'd never thought of something like that before, but they always have like a kind of a limiter on them. Where Documental, the whole point of it was like these comedians in Japan, like they can only do very certain like conservative type gigs and stuff, but behind the scenes they like to entertain themselves with like real shock, like gross stuff. Sorry, turn this down. But they're never allowed to do that on broadcast television, so them being on a streaming service means that they're not like liable by those same laws. And so I have been interested in actually watching all the international ones, Magnum. Like I've actually considered doing, I've been thinking about doing like video essay, like YouTube content for a while. And one of the things I wanted to do was a sort of like a video overview of Mockumental, and then that would go into the LOL franchise. And I kind of wanted to, like, if I was going to do that, I would actually probably force myself to watch like as many of the international ones as possible. And if you've got Amazon Prime right now and you search LOL, they franchise the hell out of this. Like, there's not just one or two, there's like at least a dozen of these like different, and there's multiple seasons of it. But Documental is the original and the absolute bloody best of it. Like, to the point of insanity. Let me like, I'll describe one of my favorite things that ever happens, which is just so insane. And this will probably get demonetized immediately because of this. But there's this one guy, like, they get naked all the time, like straight up, right? They get naked and they piss as well. Like, that happens. This sort of stuff happens. Okay, so let's rip that band-aid off. Anyway, one of them goes like, all right, can I show you guys something to like try to make you laugh? And like, they're all very respectful when someone says like, all right, hey guys, like, I want your attention, I'm gonna try and make you laugh. They're like very respectful. It's like, okay. They all kind of like sit around him and he's completely naked. or was it like a G-string on or something? And he walks in front of them and he takes the G-string off, but he turns his sort of butt to them and sort of like hides his dick and balls and stuff, and he's sort of doing something there. And they can't sort of see what he's doing. And then he like turns around and faces them with his dick, and he's like, ta-da! And under his foreskin, there's this big lump. So there's something under his foreskin, and slowly his foreskin is pulling back, very, very slowly. And whatever's in it, you can't see because they've like pixelated, blurred it, but they've only pixelated, like blurred it directly up to like, you can see what it is coming out of it, but they've pixelated all the dick and everything just from around it, but only like pixel perfect, so you can see exactly what's coming out, like at the speed and with like, you know, as it's curling back, as his foreskin's curling back, you're seeing this little bowl of ramen like a tiny miniature of a bowl of ramen come out of the foreskin of his penis, and it's like a tiny eraser, like, you know, the like model erasers of like different things. And it comes out and it goes, boink, and it just falls on the floor, and like two people just burst out laughing immediately. And then they stop and they turn around and they do it again. And everyone still sits there that isn't like kicked out. And then and then he turns around again and the foreskin starts coming, and it's a little like bento box this time. Like a perfectly delicate little bento box comes out, and then more people get kicked out and they beg him to stop. Like, it's unhinged. It's totally unhinged, you guys. It's so unhinged. But it's kind of like you know, when you're trying not to laugh at something, like desperately trying not to laugh, it's that, but you're not even allowed to smile, right? And these are all comedians that are like, you know, the thing is, like, once they try and attack someone, their defenses start going down because like they're getting into trying to make someone laugh, but it's making it funnier for themselves as well. And so you realize how much it's this like mental game of like, holy shit, like, because people start like attacking and then they'll be the ones to laugh because they start ramping themselves up and getting into this thing to try and make someone laugh, that they lowered their sort of defenses. And it's weird, you see all this like stuff going on, and it's you realize it's like they realize it's like a really serious like mental game to do it, and how they go, yeah, like no smiling even, like it's supposed to be just no laughing, but then it's like he's like, no, you can't even do that. You can't like sit there like big like grin on your face or anything. No. And the things that gets people often is just like the most obscure. I think at one point someone pointed out that someone put like a boiled egg on top of like a chandelier, like sitting like an egg cup in there. And he looks at it after like, and he just starts laughing so much, and the siren goes off to say, oh, you're out. Like, why did you laugh? He's like, why is there an egg here? Like, what? It's like, who put this egg here in the chandelier? Like, I don't know. It's like, no, who did it? Tell me who did it. Who put the egg here? And they're like, we don't know. And they're like, all right, come on, keep going. You're still in, but you still got like another life. And they go back and they start the thing. And he turns around and he sees it, goes, no, but who did it? Who put the egg here? And then he just starts laughing. And he's like, I had no chance. I needed to know why the egg was there. Like, just weird things get into their heads. Oh my God. It's honestly, it's one of those things where, you know, when you're in that verge of busting laughing yourself, and it's like, feels really regenerative. It's that. It's like a watching documental, I feel, is sort of like a natural antidepressant. I believe that. You know, and there's multiple different like versions of that sort of shock endorphins throughout time as well. You got Jackass in the day. Did anyone ever watch Kenny vs. Spenny? Kenny vs. Spenny, I was in love with Kenny vs. Spenny for years. And that's another thing they tried to franchise as well, I think. Like competitive violence. Oh my God. One.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pre-show for day 2 of CitizenCon. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and we're back. We're back here in the UES Barbary, otherwise known as Hall B, otherwise known as Manchester Central, otherwise known, and this is where you're all going to cheer, as CitizenCon. Honestly, people ask what the better parts of my job is, and being able to just do some call and response with the crowd is probably it. Watch, I'm going to do it again. At CitizenCon. That's really quite cool. We are here in the general lounge of the UES Barbary, where I'm going to be sitting for most of today, because if you watch day 1, I made an ill-fated decision during the pre-show yesterday to attempt physical movement of any kind. Generally, I'm against it. If you consider physical movement of any kind past the age of 40, don't. But if you have to do physical movement at any point after the age of 40, my recommendation is to stretch at least once in 14 years. So,
yeah, he was like running at the start
day 2.
and then limping at the end.
Let's go over a little bit of day 1. Day 1, we saw the Brave New Worlds Genesis presentation. It was a fantastic look at all the new planet tech tools that will allow us to build planets like the newly revealed Castor Sherman. We checked in with the organization presentation. I know it's a social and universe, and it had all kinds of stuff.
I think we'll say,
but really for me,
for people like Lando who already got a designation, you know how we said, oh, people can't have 2? I think New Day means they can have a new designation, you know?
Every other time I see that man, I'm like, when, Benoit? When's our time?
Okay.
When are the orgs coming to the game? And to know that they're finally in active development on the
I
see.
Yeah, that could be Viking
one of the
Dead.
more exciting things about Star Citizen for me. It's just, you know, we're all in these orgs. Everybody's in an org. There's med runners over there. There's there's
Viking Dead.
ADI over there and stuff like this. But that's
there's a Paperboy Dad.
The game. To finally get these orgs inside the game is a major milestone that I've waited for so long. And yeah, it's not happening today or tomorrow, but it is in active development. We'll have more updates on that when we do our other shows, the ISC and the SAL, over the remainder of this year and well into next year. Then we had that cosplay contest. Who actually won? Who won the cosplay contest? It was that giant Pico, right?
It was a Paperboy Dad.
I was unfortunately doing some other stuff, but I hope it was the giant Pico that won. But of course, Ken Shadow, last year's winner, was back and everything. I haven't seen Ken Shadow. Ken Shadow, are you in the building? Ken Shadow, if you're in the building, come find me in the general lounge. And then, what was it? Dress to Kill, finally making good at all those armor specializations. No, don't take my water. I need my water. You just don't bring back my water. I don't mind if it's a shot I have to drink.
It's all on YouTube now. Put up in like 4K.
The Valakar Sandworm. We've been waiting for that since 2016, and I'll tell you, we did several playthrough tests over the last couple of years. Okay, they really wanted to move it out of the shot.
Piccolo.
Watching that thing in action, the players play it. It is devastating. It is deadly. It needs a lot of tuning, and I'll give you a little BTS. there was one playthrough that we couldn't use any of the footage from because its projectile spit was bright white. And I want to elaborate on that. You can use your own minds to wonder why we didn't use that. And then, of course, the Beyond Pyro presentation, where we finally got confirmation that Nix is our next system, and the reveal of the Castra system pre-production. I'm going to talk, Ian. I know you watched the show. That's pre-production? Are you serious? Like, I've never seen pre-production look quite so good. So yeah, we're all really excited. And then of course, the Squadron demo. Who saw the Squadron presentation? Oh, yeah, okay, so I've been with the company for about a decade now. And for the first 9.5 years, I made myself a rule that Squadron I wasn't going to pay any attention to. I never went to the meetings. I didn't let people tell me about it. I wanted to preserve that for myself as a fan. And then several weeks ago, we started playthroughs of that. And I often say we have the same conversations you guys do, we have the same reactions you guys do, just a few weeks early, and that was very much what happened with the Squadron presentation. We'd get these big reviews in the studio, and we gather everybody, so everybody could watch the playthrough on our big screen in the studio, and everybody could take notes about everything that needed to be adjusted and stuff, and it's been a heck of an experience over the last 2 months, really dialing that in and get that down. And despite the crashes that happened yesterday, a full, brand new playthrough is available on YouTube now. Rich Tyrer, I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, but I'm going to share it. Rich Tyrer left here, went straight back to the office, straight back to his computer, fired that thing up, and just played it, start to finish, 75 minutes without issue, recorded it, gave it to us, and said, "Get that on YouTube now." So Rich Tyrer, fantastic player. Everybody, a round of applause for Rich Tyrer, please.
Wild, they wouldn't have already had that ready.
And I'm going to say that Legatus difficulty is no joke. Over the last 2 months when we were doing our weekly reviews, we had lots of players. Shout out to Tommy, who would play during these reviews and stuff.
I'm reading
Rich is an exceptional
your
player
dad's,
at
don't
that.
worry.
Those Vandal who were charging around McLaren were
I'm just
super
trying
lethal.
not to interrupt him.
And the turret section has full Maelstrom destruction, so a lot of folks who were playing it, the turret would just explode. And yeah, you know, he fell down at the end, but other people would just explode out into space and have to restart. So Rich, you're a decent game director, but you're actually a really good player at that, and you made that Legatus difficulty look easy. So congratulations. So one of the cool aspects of CitizenCon every year is that every time I walk past somebody, it seems like they hand me something, and are like, "Here, Disco, put this in your pocket." And this is a collection of the things that I've been handed over the last 24 hours. We've got, these are pins from an F-35 ejector seat. Is it F-30? I can't remember if it's an F-35 or an F-18. I know those numbers are not remotely close, but I'm very tired. But these were pins from an ejector seat. We've got a bottle opener. You can never come to a Star Citizen event without somebody handing you a bottle opener. Challenge coins. We talked about challenge coins last year. Atlas Defense Industries. This is one from CitizenCon this year. Different orgs. This was somebody's personal giant challenge bar, I guess. These are all metal. These are really nice. And then patches. We love patches. Both Tyler Wicken, shout out to Tyler Wicken, both Tyler Wicken and I have a huge board in our office where we collect all the different patches that folks give us. We've got Bar Citizen patches from all over the world, including one of my most cherished, a patch from Bar Citizen Iraq, where it was just 4 enlisted servicemen having their own Bar Citizen quite a few years ago. And then there's some curiosities, like this guy. I don't know, I asked him what I was supposed to do with this when he handed it to me, and he said, "Put it in your mouth." I understand that's what a poo lolly is for, but we'll do that after stream. Maybe. And then, of course, shout out to the Med Runners. I'll tell you, Med Runners, one of our favorite orgs in the game, dedicated just to helping other people. I ran into the Med Runners at breakfast this morning, and because I had a long, painful walk into the studio, they literally put me in their car and drove me to the event today. So shout out to the Med Runners, helping people in the game, helping people out of the game, doing the kind of things that we love. So, oh, and this was very cool. I don't know what this says. I think this is the manufacturer. I think this is the manufacturer name. This is Gattac or I can't think of the name of the other one right now. And then this weird Copion thing. So how are we doing on time? Oh, the time's not up there. All right, so one more thing we do before we throw it to Dan and Sam. I wanted to do, back in CitizenCon, our first digital CitizenCon in 2021, I made the mistake of reading online comments after the presentation during the show. And there's nothing I like more than repeating the same mistakes of the past. So our lovely social media team, shout out to Galactica and Mickey, put up a thread asking for your comments about day one of CitizenCon, and let's go through and see some of what people said. Citizen of the Verse said, Castra, my new home. Lovely picture of Castra there. We've got Serious Fun says he loved the PU, that the PU got clarity on its next two systems and that the visual fidelity of Squadron 42 is off the charts. Oh, and that Zeus bomber jacket. I'm not wearing mine today. Who's got that Zeus bomber jacket on? Somebody come over here. This thing is amazing. I want to shout out two members of our marketing and merchandise team, Mandy and Kat, who led the charge to get the coolest jacket we've ever made, based on an authentic M1A jacket.
Got a model dad walk up.
Mandy and Kat. If you see them over at the merch booth, tell them Jared sent you, and tell them how much you appreciate their work on this. They're responsible for all the merch at this year's CitizenCon, and I've been to 10 of these things, and I feel like this is the best merch we've had. I'm wearing the new blackout hoodie today, and this is a really great material. This is comfortable. This is going to become a new daily driver here. Okay, that's enough shilling for the merchandise. Rick Rate says his favorite thing was the worm and Sherman and this handsome guy, and there's a gif of Henry Cavill. There at the beginning of our Squadron 42 demo. Let's see. Cosmic D says he loved the dynamic weather demo. All right. Do you know making videos for Star Citizen is hard? Making videos where the environment is actively trying to crack you is very, very hard. Like, none of that was faked. We got our poor guys, they got into that Zeus and took off, and you saw how it struggled to lift. That wasn't fake. That was the actual dynamic weather system pushing down on the ship and saying, no, you ain't taking off. And then they managed to get it off and then managed to fly in a straight line and stuff like this. Is that for me? Oh, they want me to wrap up. How rude. How rude. All right, so we'll read one more comment, and then we'll pass on. We're not going to read that one. We're not going to read that one.
It was hot dad.
You don't even know my mom.
I don't think there is a... Oh, there is a handsome dad. No, that'll have to be someone new.
Uplink says, my favorite part was when the sandworm said, it's
No, that's
sandworming time.
And then
dad,
sandworm not handsome dad.
All over
Hands
those guys.
dad.
We remember it exactly the same, Uplinks. All right, so that does it for me. I'm going to throw it to Dan and Sam, who I believe are over at the Sim Pits, and see what kind of hijinks they're getting into. Guys?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to CitizenCon Day 2. Woo!
I'll have a seizure.
I'm Sam, and if you didn't meet me yesterday, I kind of do some voices and stuff. I also flew a carg. But I am supposed to be here with Dan, and for some reason he's not popping up like he did yesterday. Hang on. I think I can smell incompetence. Oh, Dan, there you are. Are you doing okay?
No, I'm not doing all right. Look at this. I'm keep blacking out.
Dan, I don't think you should try playing this game.
I don't think I should either, but it's so fun. If you guys are here on the show floor, these Monster Tech sim pits are really haptic. My ass is vibrating right now with the ricochet of bullets hitting my rear.
Dan, shall I take over for you?
Please take over.
Okay, maybe I'll give him a break. Come on, Dan.
I was saying that people can be designated
Turns out,
new dads.
not very good at video games
this time.
And Sam's really good at video games.
So
this is gonna
if
go
he
well.
acts
Yeah, let's see you
more
get.
pastor-like.
All right, well,
he might
maybe it's not
become
so
pastor
easy.
dad.
Maybe it's not so easy. To be fair, I left you in a pretty shit situation. You were set up for failure. Come follow me. We're gonna move away from my abject failure as a video gamer for a moment. Hi guys, welcome back to CitizenCon Day 2 here at Manchester Central. We're so happy to have you back. Like Jared said, hopefully you guys enjoyed the panels yesterday. We covered a bunch of stuff yesterday, but don't worry, there's still a bunch more for you guys to check out today. Between ships, between base building, between the road beyond, there's still a bunch of stuff for us to cover.
Dad.
As you can see, we are here in the general lounge here at the show floor, Hall B. Here at CitizenCon, let's take a look. As you can see, we have our lovely Hornet. We have our players just chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, shooting some saddle ball outside of school.
We saw
when a couple
a dairy
of
dad
were up
to the
no
left.
good.
We saw a guy with a pizza.
Started making trouble in the neighborhood. We got in one little fight.
I haven't seen a pastor.
And Captain Bishop got scared, or Admiral Bishop got scared. We said Squadron 42 release date 2026. Who is hype about that? Awesome, guys. We are going to be covering a bunch of stuff here today. We have a bunch of community booths still to cover. We have some awesome models to show off here on the show floor as well. There's still so much more to cover, and I'm really excited. We only have a little bit more time together, though. I want to make sure you guys are taken care of, and hopefully you guys are having just as much fun watching the show as I am running it. Now, as you can see, we have our themed stuff. We didn't really get into the theming last year. I want to get down into sort of the micro this time. So let's take a look at the outside of these booths. As you can see, we have Bioticorp Waste. We have the Robber Space Industries. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go a little bit into the community booth area, just a little bit. As you can see, we have this problem in the verse as well. Get a look at that. People just stacking up their med boxes. Wasteful. Wasteful. For shame. Throw it away. Littering. Hi, guys. Come follow me. We're going to make our way out. Hi, everybody. We're making our way through.
It's a cute little area.
Guys, it has been such a pleasure to be back at CitizenCon. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Dan Howard.
That looks
I'm
like
the
that's where the
community
fun
producer
is.
here at Cloud Imperium
Oh my
Games.
God,
I
it
produce
is.
our
It's the
community
only place.
managers. That's Jake Acapella, that's Freya, that's Christian, that's Ulf, that's Niku. All the people who you guys interact with on Spectrum, on Twitter, X, who cares what it's called these days. I help produce those guys and make sure they're giving you guys the updated information, chatting with y'all, and it's been such a pleasure getting to actually get to know you guys as well. You guys have been so amazing here at CitizenCon this year. We're just making sure that we catch as many people here on the show floor as possible. In case you guys didn't check this out yesterday as well, we have
cameras
the
like
Addison
locking
Lounge.
onto people for
the
way too
Addison
long.
Lounge is a place just like the general lounge for you guys to chill out. Make sure you guys are getting a drink. If you guys have a VIP ticket, you guys have special access to bar and refreshments here as well. You guys don't have to wait in the long line. Make sure you guys are checking that out as well. Yui, thank you for your service. We have that huge United Empire of Earth timeline as well, going all the way back to 2137 to the pretty near recent future of 2950. It's only 4 years ago based on our in-lore world. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, obviously we have the Hornet. We've covered that to death, so I'm not going to cover
Another
it.
paperboy
but it still
dad
looks
there.
pretty cool. Now, I think we're ready to throw over to our first
I don't think
presentation,
that
so we're going to
was
throw it back over to Jared. We'll see you guys
Farmer
later for
dad
some more community
or
booth
metal
stuff.
dad.
I'll see you guys
That's
later.
paperboy
Thanks for
for sure.
watching.
Yeah, it's sleepy dad.
Now I'm just hydrating on camera. Just. He's just doing his job. We are backstage now. This is an area that we don't usually get to see at CitizenCon.
Daddy Longlegs.
This is the backstage area,
Daddy
the
Longlegs?
nerve center of the entire live stage show here. These are the folks who are working tirelessly to make sure that all the right slides go on screen, all the right videos play, all the right sounds play.
I saw someone kind of
Hey everybody,
pull.
how you doing? As
all
you
right.
can see,
Daddy Longlegs.
as you can see, they're very, very focused. You excited to be here? Consummate professionals dedicated to doing their job. Hey, how am I doing?
All right, yeah. Daddy Longlegs. That's good.
My mom likes what I do. All right, so guys, that's it for the pre-show. We're about, what time is it? How much time we got? We're about, oh, that's not even my clock. We're about 10 minutes away from the proper start of day 2, so we're going to take a break here. This is your last chance to get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, kiss your loved ones goodbye for the next 4 to 5 hours.
We're
As we
going to
present
vote
day 2 of CitizenCon.
up top
it's a
what we think we're
different
going to
beast.
see.
Yesterday was the universe that we create. Today is dedicated entirely
Remember to
to
vote
the destiny that you
what we really
build.
see
So
with
stay
bases
tuned.
today.
You're not going to want to miss it.
Still
And
just
I'm really,
PowerPoints
really
alone,
excited about today.
lots of
So,
cinematics,
thanks for watching. We'll
actual
see you in about
gameplay
10 minutes,
footage,
everybody.
or a date. Ooh, that's probably a fancy dad. So if you don't have fancy dad there, you can grab that one. I almost thought Matrix dead. Drop there, you reckon you get on? I remember Fat Piccolo was daddy yesterday. That's a very unique one to trigger. Let's see them dance. It's so rude of you to assume that I'm a dad. How dare you? Alright, they're going fast, but I've already seen these dads. What, Dropper, what was yours under again? Did you say you had a different name? No, we didn't see daddy. Focus go, right. Yep, that's one. Spinning for droppies. Whoop. You got yourself A GetX ceiling. Congratulations. We still have your Terrapin with Halloween paint that you want so badly. I'll send it out to you after CitizenCon. Yeah. What insane both. I'm looking. See, it's a lot of space. It's a lot of space dads in here, right? You can always just use it to CC you to something else, you know. I reckon we can find a wizard in here somewhere. Oh, that was a muscle dad. We got a muscle dad back there flexing his muscle. I saw it. There's another paper boy. Melt that down. I think that was Aria from Pipeline just then. Oh man, Dad, 1800, Dad. That's rude. That's fancy, Dad. Okay, that could be 1800. Dad. No, that's Wizard Dad. That was Wizard Dad. It's kind of creepy with this music. Like we're gonna kill someone in the audience. Morpheus, Matrix Dad. See, I'm really waiting for like someone to be wearing like a leather duster, essentially. That's what I want for the Matrix Dad. I'm trying to hold out for it. I'm sorry if I haven't been as liberal with the Matrix Dads, alright? I really want to see a Neo. Should have had like a some theme music here, like find a dad, where is your dad hiding? Find a dad, which one is he? You know, just have that like ongoing this entire time, and then I could just mute it from the spooky stuff, and it would seem like they're panning over the audience like this specifically for the reason of us to look for them. For the sacrifice. It is time for Father to feast. Alright, I'm gonna end this poll. You guys are pretty clear. You reckon mostly PowerPoints and some cinematics, but very rarely any like in-engine footage, or most rarely any kind of concept of a date of when we might get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage master of the self-performed introduction and Mama Huckabee's second favorite son, Jared Huckabee! Hello, CitizenCon! It's day 2! We liked it so much the first time, we're gonna do it again. Yeah. Now, as the last guy during the pre-show said, day 1 was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day 2 is all about the destiny that you forge. Now, a little history lesson here. Back in 2015, the persistent universe was first launched. I think it was November or December or whatnot.
Yeah,
everybody remember Port Olisar? Everybody remember that one Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it? And the Big Benny's challenge of spending hours and hours of just doing this? Trying to get that thing upstairs, downstairs, back into the hab. Shout out to Bad News Baron if you're watching. No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the precision universe has grown. It's expanded. 3.0 arrived, and it had a whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one? We got Lorville. If you live with the developers, they still call them Stanton 1, Stanton 2, Stanton 3, so it's hard getting the two realities to reconcile in your head. But since this time, you've all been visitors. You've logged in, and you've done your thing, you've gone on adventures, you've fought some xeno threat, you've mined some barrel, apparently, a whole lot of barrel, if we're looking at that trivia from yesterday. But this entire time, you've been visitors. Starting next year, you stake a claim in the
Starting next
universe.
year? Starting next year?
Starting next year, the persistent universe truly becomes yours.
Gimme.
And we have got a handful of gentlemen to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be. So please welcome to the stage design director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42, one of my dear friends, one of my DMs. Hey, when are we playing again? That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage Design director Rick Porter.
I think we're about to go on Farm Dad.
Thank you.
They incorporate farming.
Thank you,
saying
Jared.
base building next year.
Thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? A few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build.
If we see them do
We're going
farming,
to give you the tools.
it'll be Farmer Dad.
To create your own loot.
If we see it.
Build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game. So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you would go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair. But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting? Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize. So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships. Right? And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop.
Okay.
But crafting just doesn't end with shiny new gear. Think much bigger.
Yeah, he said
crafting
ships.
enables you to build your own home among the stars. You choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates. Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here, and we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most
I think he's
exciting,
Farmer Dad.
I think
That's
anyway,
fair to say.
an update to base building. To start things off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
Wait, what did he clap about?
Thank you, Rick. And hello, CitizenCon. Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay, but I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with blueprints.
Right.
Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later. So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that. We have a new concept for materials, material quality. Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines. This quality will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable
even if it's got
overall,
gameplay,
more rare,
it will start with the
there are
design
still
document
important
PowerPoint.
uses for low
So I'm
quality
kind of just trying to
materials.
keep quiet
More on that
until
later.
they show us, you know.
All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules, the same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for? It's for item stats. Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stats system to the game.
Pretty cool.
This will allow relevant properties of craftable items to be affected by the quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation, but craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun,
Destiny.
the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog.
What?
So, as I said, the quality of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle. Here we see I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality. Making high-tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high-tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a highly advanced version made with appropriately impressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles.
Yeah, he's saying a lot of the same.
And vehicles are so important that they will go up to tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel. Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry, you can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch, so it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet.
This is like, they said something about
Let's
next
take a look
year.
in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier equipment
And then now they're
made
talking
from
about what
high-quality
it
materials.
could be in the future.
See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun. The spooling is faster on a high-tier quantum drive.
Whoa.
And a high-tier scraper beam is much more effective.
Oh, hey. Pay attention, scrapers. We don't even know what LTI means yet. So you don't know what it affects.
Crafting's key game mechanics. I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, Jacob. Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team. We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf. Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library This library is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever. They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version. In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive, in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources. And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world. If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take. An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example. If you want high-quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low-quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high-quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low-quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market. Now, we are reaching the final step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine. Talking about crafting machines. We will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. We will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base.
Exactly. I'm just waiting for them to
all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines
with any,
also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines.
At least these have been like modeled.
There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later. Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you are part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know the ship
we might be in a really
specialist.
Valuable position.
There's a lot of content, and
being
it will continue to
salvages,
grow over time.
having like
You are
mass
free to
amounts
be a generalist crafter,
of construction material.
a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like you can become well-known specialists that are
a grain of
sought out
truth
to get
at the
certain
start,
things crafted from.
and then they talk about
With the
more fairy
ever-expanding
stuff
game
as
we
they
all
talk
love,
on.
we will continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game. And you might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is
base building.
Base building. I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Well done. Good morning, citizens. Who is excited to start talking about this next topic? Let's get into it. My name is Luc Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten,
it's not good if he's
we
the
can
artist.
explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro. Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you.
Oh.
We found a beautiful location by a lake.
Hey,
this
Daddy.
is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card.
Oh my god.
The construction graph card
Your little
allows us
wheelbarrow.
to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress.
All right.
A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new
Okay.
structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time. We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside.
They said all of that, the way that works then, was don't pay attention to that. That's not what that's going to happen.
As
Okay.
we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So
It's
how do we
good
solve
that
this
this
issue?
looks bad.
We can
Because
improve
it means
this by
that this is
providing
actual
the building with
gameplay.
power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But
Much better than
before we dive into more
concept
building,
images in a
let's take a
PowerPoint.
quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building.
Freight
In the list
elevator.
of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build.
No, this is the
but it requires
announcement.
a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access to the status of our building. And, more importantly, we get to activate it.
New ships is after this talk.
That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now.
Yeah, it was just a PowerPoint about
As you
crafting.
notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed
the first
during
actual,
the
like,
construction
footage.
process of the buildings. And it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building. I wonder what he was up to earlier, though. Wow, Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place, we made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you.
Is it?
Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter. The graph card allows us to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're all in a lawful system, like Stanton, and, most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction drones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited. Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on?
So all the bit before was real.
Extraction deposits
now
nearby?
it's all just
and if so,
what it could
what
be.
are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure. Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need to power the building. All structures will have an unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within Construction ER. We can also link multiple buildings together. And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of, inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need to be sometimes need supplies coming in and going out to be managed. Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next? Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be, just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation. Tier upgrades can, for example, improve the structural integrity of the building or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe. It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as a hologram. This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door. And you get to place them directly from your local inventory. The less trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to mag-lock their furniture into place so that only you and your friends get to rearrange your decorations. And best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangers and ships.
Oi! Yeah.
To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1, come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2, use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional, and maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3, personalize your base, personal hanger and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication. Now give me a warm welcome for Declan.
Welcome, Declan.
Nice one, cheers.
Oh my God, they didn't actually give him the welcome.
All right. Thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Morning.
There you go.
My name is Dec. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But, do you want to see a big base?
Yes, please.
Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. It's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be. So to kick us off, called in help of a friend who has
I don't know, it doesn't really look like anything until something
and he's built as this. It is the construction
looks
hub.
like it does.
This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCart's 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage. We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator. We'll connect some buildings together just so we have a place to call home before we begin. All right, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on. We have our output grid here where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials.
All right, come on, Grandpa. Frack mining.
All right, now we want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, it's for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is determining where you would select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want. A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage. Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session. We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out the ground as quick as possible. And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn, they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A, and then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that. And it has to all be contained within the same base. Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish. We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators.
How vulnerable are these going to be?
Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do. See, it has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special in that it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar. Does anyone want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar? An Idris, maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance, and we'll see what's in store for us. Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting.
Oh, that fucking alarm. Oh yeah, they showed that before.
Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship.
It's weird that you can build yourself another manufacturer's
Quick recaps
products.
of the gains from Industrializing. We've tapped into the brand new resources and we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling. And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big valuable items such as ships. Now, ships are valuable because you can fly them, you can play content with them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players. So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock. Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can even go as far as to make your own ship showroom. You can advertise your wares on a mobile pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself. Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful for crafting and base building the game as a whole. Understandably, throughout this presentation, we've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead.
No.
Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do want to spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high quality materials will be the most powerful in the game. On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on Edge and Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We've talked about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles, which can help you divide up the foundation decals, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like, I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing, vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paint in-game and apply them to buildings. As well as add your own custom tech, so if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details. First up, we have farming.
We got a farm, Dad.
Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now.
Someone said next year
supplying them with nutrients
in some
and
way.
just harvesting them when they're grown.
We don't know what scale.
It's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter.
This is all
but in return, they
the
will provide
copium
you with
stuff.
produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will. Not yet. Maybe. No. We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures which we've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL structure class. If you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today, rather, is large. XL is larger than large. And then you have your defense.
Ooh.
So, in lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in lawless, pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can, of course, have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in return.
I was thinking that,
lawless, no cost.
we would
High
have
tax,
a, like,
materials, but no security to fall back on.
a skull scraper base
can be great
in lawful area to sell stuff.
Build times. However, the
and then would have like a pyro
take
base.
Days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go.
And would bring goods to the stand and want to sell.
You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can
The pyro
set up
would be
base
like a
as an
secret.
org and own it as the org. For this, there'll be permissions available, and you can assign roles and tasks. Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value. On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to
See,
share
they showed it looking so good right at the end there, but that's not what their builder is able to do at the moment.
We have one final video.
It's very early. Oh. Oh, really? Sauce. So what was the reveal? It's the video.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around. Thank you.
Hello, CitizenCon. I'm Kirsten, your core tech producer, and I'm here off the back of that amazing presentation with Thorsten. How are you feeling, Thorsten?
Much better now.
That was an incredible view to what players can expect next from crafting and base building. A bit more about the crafting system and what players can expect to come next.
So I think we talked a lot about that already in the presentation, but it's a really dramatic change, or an exciting change, I would say, to the game, because we give the resources a meaning apart from just a monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we now implement, there will be also a meaning to scout for like the perfect material. And of course, you need a bigger variety of the materials to be able to craft the items you need. And especially now with the tiered system that we will introduce, we also give a meaning for you as the crafter or the player you are to invest the time to be the best or the specialist. Because something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession, and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
And more meaningful, yeah. So something that is also important for us is that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also, like, this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the crafting system have on orgs?
Well, as also mentioned in the presentation, like, we want to see orgs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items and being like the get-to point for players to like go to their base and buy in their particular shops the items that they heard that they have the best, for example, FPS weapon for.
And I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes we saw yesterday as part of the core engine presentation, right?
Yeah, the biomes will also heavily affect what we do for crafting, because it also will give us a good opportunity to spread around resources in more interesting places, like the giant forests you saw, right? For example, if you have a prospector as a miner, it might not be efficient, or you might not even be able at all to go down into
like
the
a site
trees
manager,
to mine anything that is below it. So you need to grab your ROC or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources that you can only find in those particular areas. So yeah, we will benefit a lot from this.
Super excited. Well, on that note, how has this CitizenCon compared to previous years? You were at LA last year. How is it to be back here in Manchester?
It looks a bit smaller, but I got told it's actually bigger. So yeah, so I really like the location, like the theme it has. I like the community area with the cargo crates. So I think it's really nice.
Look, remember at the start I said what my worries were. I had my like what the redemptions would be for all this panel. When it came down to it, my redemptions were playable demo is shown, which is they did. Explains where these buildable plots will be, which they did. They said you could be doing them in Stanton or Pyro or wherever. And give a timeline or version date. We don't have that yet. But they did. Someone said something about next year. We'll see something next year.
Nice one. All right. Well, on that note, we're going to throw to Dan.
Jared said something.
Okay, he's live.
Back to the community booth section here at CitizenCon 2954. We are here back, and we are with some old friends. We are here with Test Squadron. And I want to give a quick apology to my good friend O Lefty. Sorry for calling you D Lefty last year. I promise it's not because D is the first letter of my name and I'm a narcissist, but that's probably why. So apologies for that, but awesome. Chrome Ninja, tell us about Test Squadron and why you guys are back here at CitizenCon.
He's the bad dad.
What's Test Squadron all about?
Yeah, so Test Squadron, we're the largest gaming org in Star Citizen. We've only got like 3,000 people. I think we just checked it the other day. We're just hitting over 23,100. But we're a casual gaming org, and we're here giving away free stuff. We've got all this stuff on the table.
Awesome. There's some cool swag here. We got coasters, we got pins, we got pens.
Free
tons
garbage,
of awesome
mate.
stuff
Free
here at
garbage.
Test Squadron. If you guys are looking to join a sort of friendly way to join Star Citizen, Test Squadron is the place to do it. We're going to move on. Thank you so much, Chrome Ninja. We're going to move right along to my good friend Tom Beckhauser. Tom, how's it going?
Hi, Dan. So I'm Tom Beckhauser. I'm a real-life racing driver and Star Citizen Twitch streamer.
Real-life racing
and
driver.
This year we, Locust69, Pretty Vanilla, and I decided to make a 1 to 200 scale Banu Merchantman.
Show the model, you fucking idiot.
Total of 26 individual pieces that we assembled, primed, sanded, and painted.
Tom, this thing looks amazing. I mean, in addition to being a badass race car driver, you're also a badass model maker. This guy, there's nothing he can't do. I see you're giving away some Banu Merchantman little minis. We also have the little, the BMM pins, and we have the Defender minis.
Cool.
Sorry, I got those mixed up.
Handing out the Defender miniatures and pixel art.
Yes, you gave me one the other day. This is awesome. Tom, people can find you at twitch.tv/Tom Beckhauser. If you guys are interested in checking out more of Tom's awesome stuff, go check him out. Tom, thank you so much for being here. I mean, look at that. To take a look one last time at the BMM before we move on. So freaking cool. Thank you, Tom, for coming over. We're going to shoot now over to Sam, who is here at Atlas. Sam, take it away.
Oh, hi, guys. I'm here with ADI, and they have something really cool.
What do you mean he's
this
a
year.
mafia dad, I reckon?
Welcome
white
to
beard.
the ADI ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
A mafia look to me.
Again, did I sound like me, or?
This guy.
Could you give us a quick intro to what you guys are doing here?
Yeah, this is the Area 18 ASOP terminal and freight elevator terminal. We have, a fully interactive experience here, and we tied this in with our giveaways for this year. So we have Freight Manager as well, and this is where you can take, what's this? A hacking card. We have Tiger's Claws that we've been giving out. You have to search for them. You put in, and you go through the hack experience. Unfortunately, ADI is an anti-piracy org, and this is a mongrel hacking chip, so we don't want it.
Boo, I'll go take it back to Mongrel then. Come on, let's go take it back to those guys. Come on, guys. Crime never pays.
Piracy is not a real game. Sorry. We only grief and kill for fun.
Amazing. So, right, thank you. So, what are you guys showing off at your booth today?
Well, we are showing off Mongrel Squad to begin with, but also our sister orgs, as you can see, where we have the auxiliaries, the pack rats, and the cartel, which run the prison, but also ourselves, the premier pirate org, entirety of Star Citizen.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to move right on to the next guys. Thank you for showing off your booth, and hopefully we'll get to some folks to visit you throughout the day today.
My God, they've got a database.
I have bumped into this guy again.
Yeah, that could be Deadly Dad.
Hi.
That's a Deadly Dad.
Well, I'll take it from here. Thank you, Sam.
You're
and
right.
finally, for our last little bit of the community booth, for this segment, we still have a little bit more to go over today. We have Atmo. Now, you guys all know Atmo at this point, creators of the Daymar Rally and a ton of other amazing events. They also have an event here in Manchester after the show. If you guys haven't gotten tickets for that, please go get them right now. They're going to be over at Aviva Studios after the show. Be sure to check them out. We love Atmo. They had an official place here last year. And as you can see, they also have planned out for the 2955 Daymar Rally these awesome trophies that they're going to be mailing to the winner. These things are hefty. These things actually weigh a ton. I will absolutely be trying maybe to go to the Daymar Rally just so I can try them out, although we all saw my playing earlier today. So maybe not. But you guys do some awesome work. Thank you guys for all you guys do at Atmo. We're excited to see your guys' event later tonight. Be sure to check out Enter Atmosphere at Aviva Studios later tonight if you're here in Manchester, or check it out on the stream. Well, I think that's it for us for right now. We'll be checking out the rest of the community booths later. Sam, anything else to add?
Nope, just straight over back to you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right. Guys. Crafting and base building. fundamentally change all life in the persistent universe? Just a little bit, right? There's more of that coming later today, by the way. Before I get to my
this is the vehicles.
honored to
This is where we get actual
two of my
ships.
favorite people. I do want to call out these lovely little note cards here. You've seen many of our presenters and our hosts carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine, and I probably should have. This one just says, "Don't run." This one says, "Thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah." Guys, can we get a round of applause for Tyler and Leah, please? Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our Director of Community. Tyler is what we call internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for CitizenCon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So please give a round of applause for Tyler Wicken. And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please. This one just says, "Learn to stretch." This one says, "Don't let the intrusive thoughts out." I almost lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, "Hi, Dad." Hi, Dad. And
Wait.
This one says, "Don't run," crossed out.
Is that?
"Don't roll on the stage, dummy."
What?
All right. So that's
Was that in reference to us?
For me. Guys, our next presentation is our annual ships presentation. This year
What the
titled
fuck?
Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost
Someone
certainly need no
screenshot
introduction, but I'm going to
that.
do it
That
anyway.
is good.
Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just. Vehicle art director Ben Curtis and, gosh. Oh, I was going to do something really embarrassing. All right. John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew. You're lucky they didn't wait. You're lucky they didn't wait.
Cheers, man. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you all again. Love you too. Excited to be here. In case you don't know me and you weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director. My name's Ben Curtis. I'm the vehicle art director.
Give us the goods.
And the clicker is not working. Oh. So if you've got technical difficulties...
You have to do a dance, John.
The Constellation Pioneers popping up on the shop.
We go. Right. So, today we're going to be talking about the vehicles to build your universe. And for those of you that watched the previous presentation, which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar with the construction grav cart. And you've seen how this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage. But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies in the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board.
Drones.
And drones will have sizes.
Okay, so, yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in Star Citizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from small all the way up to large and extra large. And our drones kind of fall into those classes as well. But what does it really mean, the difference between what's a small drone, what's a large drone, what's a larger than large and extra large, and so on. And basically, a medium drone, for example, can build any structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes a difference depending on how big you want to go. But the drones also scale in They scale in numbers, in the, one drone can only make one structure at a time. So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so that'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes. And that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium. So
okay.
I know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV. So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it. And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2 medium drones on board, and we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get it to fit in. So it fits in vehicles from a Cutlass Black upwards. It's approximately, and everyone always asks me, what ship fits in what? And I lose track of it all the time. It's about the size of a Tumbril Cyclone. Okay. So if you can put a Cyclone in a vehicle, you could put one of these in it. Obviously, 2 medium drones on board, and then it has an internal storage tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection. What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So 4 1 SCU boxes, 2 2 SCU boxes, 1 4 SCU box. Depending on what you buy, you can use this to bring it and move it around. So this is the perfect companion vehicle to the CSV FM. Said that. Shield generator as well. Moves about 28 meters a second. I cannot, my brain is fried.
It's like they could have just made the same, like one thing
it is
do
available
both.
right
So
now
just buy 2 of
to
them.
drive in SC Alpha
And it could do it like
324.2. Available at playerc.csv.
Okay.
So now, let's take a little closer look at the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it.
There we go. It's in the store. It's $40.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version of the CSV. It's complete with its 4 SCU of cargo up on the rear. And I think the CSV kind of really builds on what Argo is known for as a manufacturer. It's got those kind of like really kind of hard industrial looks, and I think it helps it kind of feel at home on any build site. All of its components are easily accessible. And I think the exterior is like real dominating factor. It's those kind of large all-terrain wheels. And then that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines. We've got the front-loaded cab that puts all the controls kind of right in the kind of where the player needs them. And I think that's one of the keys to the ship as a whole, the vehicle.
What, you're going to need these once
simple,
to build it, and then you're going to need it
and I
again.
think that just kind of just helps it to kind of feel part of that Argo family. But what if you want to go bigger?
Bigger?
Bigger. Okay.
Hello. Star Lancers.
So, introducing the Star Lancer family. So, yeah, the Star Lancer is basically a whole new family of vehicles, from MISC, and these are covering a range of different roles. Today, we're going to be talking about the first 3, which are the build, which kind of makes sense, and that basically is for all your large structural construction needs. We have the TAC, which is going to be for people that want a little bit more defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the MAX, which is a dedicated hauler but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today. We're going to start off with the build.
So this is the stance of build from the outside.
Chunky.
The key thing to take away here is you'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SEU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones. Drones will then be deployed out of their little secret garages, and they go off and do what you've asked them to do. When they need to resupply, they'll come back, sit on these arms, suck up their resources that they need, carry on their day. That's the really important thing here, is that all these base building vehicles have enough storage on board to supply your drones. Obviously, if you're going to build 1 million things on your base, you're going to run out. But we want you to be able to have these vehicles and have knowledge that you're not going to be doing endless cargo runs initially to build your foundation of your base. You'll be able to build your base and have storage on that eventually, but these all get you going in the short term. So let's have a quick go over the stats. It holds 4 large construction drones. It's 83 meters long, 52 meters wide, 15 tall. Saw lots of rumors and chatters that people thought this was freelancer size. It is not. It is significantly larger than the Constellation and Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a big ship. 2 S4 guns for the pilots, 16 missiles,
small SEU,
remote turrets, and then 128 SEU of cargo capacity in the build specifically. But what if you don't want to build stuff? What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
So introducing the Starlance attack. So like I say, this is designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse. So I think the first thing you're going to notice is the kind of the dual man size 5 turrets. Now these give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants. And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a Mirai Fury inside. And I'm sure we will see plenty of other ships try to be fitted inside.
Successful or not.
We'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
So yeah, let's have a look over the TAC from outside to in. So this is the TAC in its default paint, so sort of military
224 SU.
drab grey. Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the size 5 turrets. Then we have some drop seats behind, and these are on a deployable ramp, so you can do some ground assault. They will drop out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured, so there is an onboard medical facility directly behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds.
The Max will be flyable within the next few weeks on the PTU.
Upstairs, obviously, there's the
and it'll be
Fury
available
hangar.
next month.
Behind that is engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and mess hall area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there.
It might
we
just
have
be
to
that.
redo the upstairs of it, basically, to fit that in. And we'll go over the more normal layout shortly.
Okay, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants. Its shield's been boosted up to two size 3 shield generators. It's got the med bay with the Tier 3 med beds, drop seats, it's got a hangar, and it's still able to carry up to 96 STU of cargo. And you can secure yours today by going to play.sc/Starlance attack.
Okay, and the TAC, they're expected to release in 2025.
built for life.
Okay, so I think you kind of hopefully agree that was a pretty great kind of trailer for the StarLancer Max. And as you can kind of see, we're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch at IAE. We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now. I think the StarLancer kind of really fully encapsulates Mysk's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength. I think when the engineers were trying to kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought about was this deployable cargo grid that just brings the cargo down to the ground, makes it much easier for loading and unloading. And they also wanted to put the crew, they wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of windows out so the crew can see out into the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like, is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space. And then above the kind of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like more natural light to cast down into the cruise area. For a bit more protection, you've got 8 size 3 missiles up front, and then a further 8 on top. And these are backed up by a set of
I do
size
like
4 remote
it's got more of like a
turrets, both front and
military
rear, that give
look
good
to its angles.
topside coverage. And then finally, when we get to the front, you'll see we have a further set of size 4 gimbal weapons. And again, these just kind of help to fill in those blind spots. I think as a whole, the engineers or Mysk have done an exceptional job in creating a vehicle that kind of fully encapsulates the functionality needed, while still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky, and I think it really shows off Mysk's ability to deliver kind of quite beautiful ships.
Right, so don't worry, this is not an Origin 404 moment happening here. So let's have a look inside the StarLancer Max now. So, love it or hate it, we love it. The Mysk traditional letterbox view is back. At the front of the ship, you have the pilot, co-pilot seat with 2 support stations at the rear. These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod room. 4 escape pods, 4 crew. And then behind that, we have the traversal. It's sort of a traversal room. It has a lift, goes between the 2 floors of this ship, and goes to the exterior of the ship. And then a ladder for emergency backup. Behind that is the mess hall area, so nice shared communal space for you to relax with your crew. And then we move into the 4 individual crew rooms, each with double beds, so very luxurious for a spaceship, en suites for all. At the rear of this section, we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go between the 2 decks of the ship. Then at the rear, we have the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around throughout the rest of the ship, but the bulk of your components and the engineering terminal are here at the rear of the ship. So that's upstairs. Let's go downstairs a little bit. We have the main vehicle entrance and cargo entrance for the rear section. This can be used as a garage, but it is also a cargo hold. Can fit vehicles up to a Ursa rover in size in here. And then on the Max, we have, as you saw in the trailer, the 2, it's sort of 1 cargo lift that drops down, but it retains a walkway throughout the center of the ship.
Yeah.
So regardless of whether your cargo is up, down, being loaded, you still have traversal front to back of the ship.
I like that.
Then we have the downstairs of the traversal room, which also features the airlock onto the ship. And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on board, leaving via EVA, leaving via that front entrance to the ground, you can stop off here, suit up, get your weapons, do the reverse coming back. And that is the StarLancer Max.
Okay.
So we'll quickly recap the stats. 224 SU of cargo, 128 on that ventral drop platform, 96 in the rear cargo area. It has 6 extra VTOL thrusters for all that extra mass that it's hauling. And it is available to pre-order now and will be flyable this IE at play.se Silencer Max. And if you pre-order now before IE, you will get this exclusive sapphire paint, which is in the CitizenCon colors and looks super cool in my opinion. So, we have talked small drones, medium drones, large drones. What about bigger things?
Yeah.
So,
Pioneer, baby.
Who can guess what that is? So, I talked to you all quite some time ago about this in Germany, and this is obviously the original concept for the Pioneer. Now, some time has passed, and whilst the core concepts of base building have remained the same at a high level, how you physically build your bases has changed slightly. So back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer. This is the area I want to build in. I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. As you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm. We know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was it made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real-life manufacturing as we possibly can. And I think that's really it's really key to what I think Star Citizen is as a whole across like all the different departments. In that we're trying to make a believable universe. And if you think about the arm, and whilst I can't deny it's a cool idea, I think really from a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship.
It's pretty cool.
Cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then we also needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting. On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics. I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And to do that, we needed to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine or extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the Pioneer. So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms. And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space. Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be fabricating larger vehicles and ships. as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly it out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second.
Is
but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things. Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all the way around. It was a weird mix of size 3s before. It's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room. But we don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship. And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship, as well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles. And then at the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles. And kind of flanking either side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the man turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew. Like I say, we want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod. And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want. This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines. And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back.
Yeah.
But again, just kind of
the drones.
That kind of
we have
cargo in and
haven't
out
explained
of the vehicle.
anything about the drones, so like we have no relation to any of it.
Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our largest structures in game.
Boxes.
They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area. And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship. So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside.
So you can imagine what would all be here.
We just
would all
finished
be
making a storm.
Like
And
a working game.
As we see, there's a ramp that leads out, so you can drive any ground vehicle straight out the front. Between all the landing gear, and you get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath out the front of the ship. And we've also got the top exit for any flight vehicles. And then finally, we have the landing pad, and this just allows us for any ships that land up on deck, we can just bring them down into the belly of the ship.
So that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones. And if you're interested in finding out what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next presentation. It's about 20% bigger. I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it. It can craft small ships and vehicles. And one thing we didn't show in that video is the landing gear actually have integrated ground resource extractors in. So when you find your plot, you land your ship, and you can start extracting the resources from it.
OP.
Capital components all round, and now it has 1,000 SU of cargo capacity. Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be there day 1 of it. But we are starting this in the next week or 2, so it is in production very soon. So, to finish up,
Polaris.
We'll do the classic one last thing. CitizenCon is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping and look at the now and a bit before. So, oh, sorry, this is Ben.
Yeah, so you remember last year we teased these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these were vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them yet this year. But we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac, the
second one was the
V1T,
Zeus.
the RSI Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So, all but one of these will be released before the end of the year. So the
wasn't
Legionnaire is the
Trepidant,
one that's going to miss out. And that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end of the year. So, Crusader Intrepid, Mirai Guardian, and the Polaris. So, we have a few patches between where I am today standing on stage and the end of the year. But let's start with
looking forward.
some things that you're going to see
Future
at
Dad.
IE.
Yeah, that could be Future Dad. The Terrapin? Looks like the Spirit. Wait. Yeah, it was Future Dad. I'll look your card up in a second. Oh, Terrapin Medevac. Wait, it's Crusader. The Apollo Medevac? Yeah, boy. Oh. Doesn't look too clean. Yeah, Apollo's RSI. I think they just showed us a bunch of different ships as sneak peeks. Oh, maybe. Come on, baby, give me a playtest. Oh, it's a big, nice size. No, it's perfect. This is the moment. How good is that? Little cargo bay. Torpedo launchers loading. We're on like the lower level. We did the upper level before. And the lower is like the engineering and torpedo bay. Yeah, put a couple vultures in there.
Okay, so on top of those ships we've talked about, we also worked on a number of other ships this year. So we're just going to quickly go through them before we get on to what we're doing next. So we delivered the Sulen, the Storm, the Cutter Rambler, the F7A and F7C Mark IIs. So I always get tongue twisted with these. And the F7A Mark Is.
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine, and then most recently, the Argo Atlas. So, like last year, where we did a little tease, can't just leave without teasing a little bit more. So,
finally,
let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
A new Ursa. New some sort of ballistery thing. A new Hornet. Yeah, there are a number of new Hornets. It's the new Mark IIs. What the fuck is that? That looks like a different... it's the different version of the Guardian, the Maria Guardian. Oh, that's the new... Is that the Miss Fortuna? That looks like the Prospector. Prospector. That was new. That's the... what we just saw. Not sure what that is. What? Wait. That's not the Kraken, is it?
So.
Was that the Kraken?
I just want to say a big thank you to all of you,
that was the Kraken.
Thank you to all the vehicle team in all the studios around the globe. They give us all this really cool stuff that we can get to stand on stage and talk to you guys about. Some of them are probably hiding at the back, but I just want to say a big thank you to you all, especially for all the hard work on these recent ships.
Yeah. Massive, massive thank you to everyone involved in putting these vehicles together.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Quickly, Admiral Backfish just got one.
That was awesome, you guys. I swear some of those silhouettes looked a little familiar. Let's give it up one more time for the vehicle team. Let's hear it for the vehicle team, everybody.
Foundation Festival paint.
Call and response. We'll work on it for next year. Speaking of awesome ships, we are here at the Planet Ring booth here on the show floor at CitizenCon. These guys have some amazing models that are in prototype right now. We're going to check them out right now. Let's check out some of these awesome prototype models we have have right here. Let's check those out. We're going to give our cameraman just a quick moment to check them out. I am here with Ray of Planet Ring. We're going to be asking him a couple questions about these prototypes in just a second, but I want to make sure that the camera has time to check out the details on these awesome models that we're hoping to get out in the near future. Oh, look at that. That is some sexy detail work.
I want that.
All right, so Ray, what inspired you to make models of Star Citizen ships?
Well, actually, we have been Star Citizen bankers for many years. Myself, I joined the Wars in 2015, and my colleagues joined it in 2014, which is 10 years ago. It's a long way for us. And we've been specialized in sci-fi models. We have been collaborating with other famous IPs like the films, especially the sci-fi films and animations and games. So we are excited to be here as a partner of CIG to bring the citizens in the world with a beautiful ship in affordable price. Yeah.
Amazing. So how long does each model take for you guys to make?
Well, we've been working for several months for now, but our prototype now is still an early stage of what we are going to do in the future. So it's roughly like 5-6 months for now. That's what we have been building for everything you see here in this booth.
Yeah, and they are amazing. So I have to ask, which model is the hardest to make, but also which one's your favorite?
Yeah, it's a good question, but I would say the Star Citizen ships are very in detail, so each one of them are very hard to make, actually. But my personal favorite should be the F8. You can see the F8 has a very beautiful panel lines. It's very beautiful in details, and it has a brutal weapon system that's crazy. And also, I want to make sure that everyone knows that our prototypes our final products come into two versions, assembly version and the finished version. So for assembly version, we have the injection pieces, so you can cut it yourself and build it yourself, paint it yourself, and it's glue-free, it's snap-fit, it's easy for everyone to build in 3 hours. And the finished version, we have it printed for you, we have it assembled for you, and we have some actual layers, painting, welding effects, and some actual decals. Cool. It's amazing, fine quality.
Amazing. And so we're actually going to show these really quick. And as we show these details over, we're going to actually throw it over to Sam. Let's give a quick detail on this. Thank you again, Planet Ring. We're really happy to have you guys here. Let's throw it over to Sam back at the community booth. Thank you, Ray, again for having us here. We'll see you guys at the community booth.
What's wrong with you?
Hi guys, I'm back at the community booths and I'm over here with Ultima. Could you give us a brief intro for the guys watching at home to what you guys do?
Absolutely. I'm Sigelian from Ultima Energy. We're the leading provider of fuel products and services here in the Verse. We do a lot of Starfare operations. You can find us on our website at ultima.energy, and we have Discord as well, so hit us up there.
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys. Let's move right on over to MedRunner. So, Jared talked a little bit about you guys earlier today. So, how have you found the convention so far? What's been your favorite bit?
Oh, man, it's been amazing. Squadron 42 looked so good. I mean, I'm an Idris owner myself, so I'm super hyped to seeing Squadron 42 in 2026. Just the love from the community has been amazing. It's been so much fun here.
Thank you so much for being here. And if you guys haven't already, do come check out their booth because it is really amazing. Okay. And I am here right on the end of our amazing community booth area with our Avantgarde guys. So, Avantgarde, would you mind introducing yourselves and what you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. We are a PMC organization. We do PvP both in the sky and on the ground. We also a trading division where we trade rare guns, rare armors, and everything. Our goal is to have at least 100 members, but because we value people below quantity. We want to create a legacy altogether. When I create this organization, I don't consider myself the commander of everything. I just planted a seed for a tree. Maybe I will never see the fruit, but I want to create a legacy. People need to have fun, maybe win sometimes also, but especially win. Be a healthy community and having fun altogether.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Right, let's move on over to the other side, where I am joined by my partner in crime, Dan.
I don't know which camera I'm looking at. That one. That one? 2? 1? Hi. Hi, guys. We're back here at the community section here with my friends at Imperium. They have, again, awesome ship model we saw a moment ago. Look at that awesome ship model they have here. It's even better than the one they had in LA last year. Guys, quick elevator pitch. What do you guys here at for Imperium have here at CitizenCon this year?
Well, at CitizenCon this year, we brought another one of our 1 to 500 scale bangles. This one is actually in Imperium colors. It's the ISS Sovereign, which was picked as the name for our
Not as
flagship by
good
our
as
members.
the other.
And then also
It's
over
got
here we have
it's got a
1 to
Boeing jet
2500
on it.
scale Bengal Krugeri Battle Group that was made
Is that
by one of
Spider-Man?
our members that we're going to be donating to Cloud Imperium and to Chris Roberts.
That is amazing. You guys have made some awesome stuff here. We're really happy to have you. As always, Imperium creates some awesome showcase stuff here at CitizenCon. We're going to move on. Thank you
That
guys
guy
at
was
Imperium
supposed to
so
be
much.
there?
And we're going to move right along. Thanks, guys.
He never said anything.
Next up, we have Black Star Initiative. If you guys are interested in a private military force with weekly events, Black Star is the place to check out. Guys, again, quick elevator pitch. What is Black Star all about, and what do you guys have here at CitizenCon for us?
So, Black Star is all about helping other people in the org, getting to PvP battles, and also doing security and protection. Over here we have got, at our booth, we have a med gun made by someone in our community. We have got our challenge coin, which we provide to other leaders within organizations that we meet out in the verse. Coasters and patches. So if you ever need anyone to do protection for your bases that are coming soon, look to us. No one's better.
Yes, and if you want to get good at PvP, we have daily trainings that we can provide to you. We have a lot of stuff to do. We have a civilian division if you're not that much into combat, but even they get trained, combat ready, so you know how to defend yourself.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Black Star. We are always happy to have you. We're going to move right along to one more final community booth. This is our last one of the show. We have here, guys, CitizenCon is sometimes a crazy show with lots of cuts, lots of cameras, and no one knows that better than HubNet. HubNet is an awesome news roleplay group, but I think you guys can say it better. Tell us all about HubNet.
All right, so HubNet is our attempt at making content for the citizens in the verse in 2954. So not for you players, but for the players' characters. So we make a full feature-length movie like Overclocked. We make animated series like Jack of Spades, and our news report, Hubwire, is meant to report on events that are going on in the verse. And Joel can tell you a little bit more about what we do.
Yeah, so if you're looking to create a project or get involved in a project, you can join our Discord,
could be
sign
an
up as a
anime
role,
dad.
you can be a voice actor,
Could be an anime
filmmaker,
dad.
whatever your talent is, we can use you. We're effectively Netflix in the verse, so come check us out at HubNet.
Awesome. Thank you guys at HubNet.
No
Guys,
Cyborg
this
Dad.
is it for me and Sam
No
here
Cyborg
at
Dad yet.
CitizenCon. It has been great being your guys' interstitial hosts. And Sam, do you have any final words?
Yep. No, just amazing job, guys. Everything in this community booth, all of the developers that have worked so hard to make CitizenCon happen, you guys are amazing. So hope you have an amazing rest of your CitizenCon.
From Dan and Sam here on the show floor, thank you guys. And it's back to you, Jared, on the stage.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay. It's time, everybody. It's time. And before we get this started, we're doing a lot of things here. I want to do some personal thanks to myself. Okay? So, first, I want to thank all the developers who took their time to build their presentations and showcase for you their amazing work that they've been doing over the last year for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So please, a round of applause for the developers. It is not easy to stand on this stage in front of 4,000 people, in front of tens of thousands of people at home, and the hundreds of thousands who will clip this and replay it and cut it into other content videos for years and years to come. So thank you so much. I want to do a couple individual call-outs, though, because it's important to me, and I'm on stage right now, and you're a captive audience. I want to call out Nick Pierce. Nick Pierce from the Characters and Creatures presentation. 10 days ago, we lost our main presenter. He didn't die or anything, he just couldn't make the trip. Nick stepped in with only 10 days to prepare that amazing armor specialization presentation that you saw. So Nick, you're a champion. Thank you so much stepping in at the last minute.
It wasn't half bad.
Benoit and Ian. Benoit and Ian took the reins and delivered multiple presentations this year. You may only see them talking in this presentation or this presentation. You're going to see Ian in this one here, like this. But their work behind the scenes, getting all of these presentations up to the standard that they're required, was amazing this year. So Benoit and Ian, you don't have to clap for this one. This is just for me. Thank you so much, Benoit and Ian. All right, you can clap. That's fine. You might have noticed we went on ISC hiatus a couple weeks ago. We went on hiatus a little earlier than normal because we took the ISC gameplay capture team and we dedicated them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks. Every year at CitizenCon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still did. But the amount of work it takes them away from the work of actually creating the game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really stepped up this year for the first time in CitizenCon history and helped folks create the videos. Those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will, Dave, Toby, Alex, and our newest member, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much, guys. They had never participated in a CitizenCon before, and I think they were a little surprised at first at the sheer amount of work that goes into doing this, but they stepped up and delivered some amazing stuff, the last of which you're going to see some in this next presentation. And then our last two groups of people I want to present, I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right, I hope I'm vamping a little bit until Rich Tyler gets into place. I could hide it from you, but I'm not. So the last groups of people I want to thank. Well, let me tell you a story real quick. When I'm back there, and folks are coming up to me, and they're thanking me for this, and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SEL, for putting this together on the stage today, I'm struck by two things every time I'm thanked. One is that I can't do any of this without you. There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docuseries each and every week, and then turns around and does a live talk show the next day after it. And that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in, you guys keep watching, you guys keep supporting, you guys keep making relatively positive comments about me. I don't think I'm ever going to shave my face again. But it's all right. I just wanted to see what I look like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back. And then last but not least, there is one person who makes it possible for me to do everything that I've done here. I've been here for 10 years. I've produced 7 CitizenCons. I've produced 3 Gamescoms, a PAX or 2, and a couple digital stuff, and of course ISC and SEL every single week. And really, after your support, the only reason I get to do this week in and week out and have these big moments like this is because of the same guy who makes it possible for all of us to do our jobs. So I'd like to thank, where's the camera? There you go. I'd like to thank Chris Roberts. Chris, thank you.
Will you marry me?
Thank you for not thinking Sandy was crazy when she hired me. Thank you for saying yes to so many things I want to do, and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much. I do operate a lot on a let's just do it and see if I get in trouble afterwards thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night. The Star is My Destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
This is the first time I've seen the boy.
Hey, well, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office, ran it through, no crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way, that's a dedication of Rich. Is like, okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it. And it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday.
Immediately excuses.
Anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building and the crafting, and the ships, you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources, it totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add so much to a living, breathing universe. But that is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just, it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for. Well, I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things. But the big question really is, at what point would we at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen ready for everybody? Not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, you know, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve. And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, you know, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that? And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, you know, inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. You know, everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today, is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0. That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list, but I'm pretty sure, I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is. And, you know, to do that, Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director, is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So without further ado, Rich Tyra. All right, Rich.
G'day, Rich.
Don't crash.
Yeah. Hello, CitizenCon. So my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen? Well, today, we're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game. Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches. It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the 1, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. Okay. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems. But, and there is a but, the star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went. To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest. And that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday. So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is.
How many systems?
Let's get into the cool
Oh, you
stuff.
haven't?
Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story. to help new and existing players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have, to take them on a journey of
Is that supposed to be
discovery
called
of what
Squadron
the game
42?
has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer. Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, CitizenCon. How's it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our
This
first
guy
real
seems
opportunity
nice.
to finally inject a massive amount of
I
narrative
kind
into
of
the
wish
game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways.
that was my dad.
Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that?
Yeah, I wish that
First,
was my
It's a
dad.
narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an
Yeah.
exciting adventure
The
that will
1000
finally
POIs
kick
thing was
off the
weird.
growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC-driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years. The gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship. So, many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have.
This was supposed to be part of Squadron 42.
Those differences
They're just moving it into Star
have been
Citizen.
debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on. So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5 star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go? First, we've got Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding. We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nick's system. There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids. Ian also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra. Situated along the former Perry line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated. So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5?
Terra.
Yeah. We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in. So, that's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2 things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby-Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation. So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, Cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here. We have the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game, from population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors.
Right, we got another ship.
Whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base,
in the Discord,
hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel.
You got the Terrapin.
Mercenary Guild's got you covered.
GG.
On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough-and-tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Dropkings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So mercenary guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor. So as you can see, there's going to be a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing, we're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Loreville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyre.
Thanks, Dave. Smashed it.
It's a lot of rolling back so far.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, so we have a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions, and we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before, we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity. But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation. And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo! We'll have two main taxes, inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship.
Oh, we're going to learn
Losing
about
your ship
LTI?
should be significant.
Oh my God.
Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed. And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in.
Ooh.
First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah,
insurance
what's
by
LTI?
itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
At what level?
This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without
Stops
a
you
claim.
from having a crazy fleet.
Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car. You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home. If your ship has been legitimately
Stops there having been
then you'll need to
like
claim it
asset
back.
trash all over the place.
And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others, with starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide. And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops. This is the core of Star Citizen 1.0.
Nice, nice.
Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game.
There's a little bit of that. A little bit.
That's the journey, though. What about the destination?
But it does make sense.
So Dave has already discussed
I own all the
citizenship
ships
and
in my
the main
hangar.
story, so let's collapse
buying
that
them in
for now.
game, and I don't like them.
Endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically everyone in this room.
I have less drive because I have all the ships in there now.
So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players.
I've lost most motivation.
Of capital, support, and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0. We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience. And I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day.
Ships should have a sense of ownership. Like, you gotta feel like, this is this ship,
and guilds,
you know?
Cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame
Cyclical,
PvE
say
content.
cyclical.
But what about PvP? What about player versus player content? As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems, 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies. And depending on the location, will dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi.
Okay.
This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it.
Tow it.
You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or, if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner. Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity, the literal definition of high risk, high reward. With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want to create bases to mine and extract them. This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields, a localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab. One huge difference, though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology.
What are you on about?
Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, Seal was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers.
I don't know. What are they
Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, Seal eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nyx and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems. So fast forward to present day, without Seal's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to Station Warfare.
Huh? What?
With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech. Which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures
This
earning
is going to
more,
make
and at the end of
org
each week,
alliances
you must then use these
actually
tokens to purchase
vital.
shield protection.
We're going to need an
With
org
shield coverage being limited, though,
to live with us
the system
under the
automatically
same
selects
shield,
the
like a
orgs
fighting org.
with the highest bid from across all shards. Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection. So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org.
Oh, God.
And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's creative director, to the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, hello, CitizenCon.
Yeah, it is Wars, but it's also going to try and
Thank you, Rich.
give
Thank you,
the
Dave.
framework
So to continue
build,
the conversation
like, cities.
of large-scale endgame
So it's
org
at that
activities,
massive level scale.
let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke, and then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually, we saw a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal. But also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
Are we talking about space station? Man needs to calm down. Yeah, that's a space station. That's a player-built space station. Yeah, is it an org station? Or is it just playbill? It's me. Woo! Slap a big skull on it. How are they going to deal with loading in and out?
Let me introduce you to player space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of operations for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials, and also will be a large time investment. But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the pioneer.
All right.
Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in gray box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
Okay. Okay. It feels like we might see it in the pledge store, sadly. Which is super sad. Because we need actual purpose in game. And it seems like that's what it's trying to do. They really have given up on automatic loading for like the hull scene stuff, hey? Alright, so that's the supply. Or maybe it'll be buildable only.
Awesome. Awesome. So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources, and the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay has automated construction drones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big. And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
My Polaris. Is there a way to make it not look so dorky? Looks like nerds live there. Where's the Drake space station?
Super awesome. The back of the bridge leads to a centralized transit network. This spine physically connects the entire station and will provide access to the various decks. Each level in the station will have a centralized lobby area, and this is your station. You'll be able to use the decorator mode, so you'll have plenty of space to theme it however you want. And speaking of having plenty of space, this space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior. No magic elevators.
Hey. Wait a minute. No, we want magic elevators.
So you can circumnavigate around the entire perimeter, and it's wonderful. Okay, let's jump back in. All right. As you can see, right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as
I wonder
the
if it
beating
has to be in
heart of your
orbit,
station.
or
Then
if
we
it can
have
be
the
just
hangar
like
deck.
In the middle of
and
nowhere.
As the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in.
Well, this is just a representation.
All right, so your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics. For example, there'll be spaces for several freight elevators. And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and ships, vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station. Then there'll be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room. And from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand it.
Okay.
As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station. The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms.
So if you hold a high roll in the org,
so similar to the small
you might have a
we built around
penthouse
ground
on the
base,
space station.
This is on a much bigger scale. But that's just the interior.
Okay, okay.
Let's talk about the exterior.
Weapons. Yeah.
On the exterior, we have minor hard points. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules, which tailor it to specific functionality. Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets. This goes back to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hardpoints. The core station module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example...
Just like in the shops.
Awesome.
I think it's sort of like
the
everyone
first
can
example
pull resources
is the cargo
into
wing.
it, and it just
The cargo wing will dramatically
replenishes
increase
everything.
your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in holding. Then we have the refinery wing.
Like, this is perfect for our org. I know all the
So
skull
you'll be able to
scrapers in chat.
refine resources
Like,
on a
yes.
vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing. And finally, we have the hangar wing. So, all right. So, the bigger your fleet, the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize your fleet's deployment. All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts, and like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable. Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base.
I kind of
Let's jump back in
described this
game
yesterday.
and see how our base is getting on.
I was talking about an ant. An ant cabin. Reaching off for like a space station. You do? How? We haven't called any.
All right. Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion. Similar to ground bases,
Oh, here we go.
you'll be able to earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos.
Yes.
Outside of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be for the crow's nest. Now, all the other modules built so far have very specific functionality, But I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space.
It's the penthouse.
All right.
It's in the most trolled location on the space station.
So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints. The flight deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
Clapping full.
All right. There's a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well,
they said that they were working
if
on
you've built your
it
super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bid that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable.
Animals. So Battlestar Galactica. Yeah.
Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside, yes, once inside and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors, which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel. These will all help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orgs, and will be your base of operations for system-wide activities. The station can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars. But wait. But wait. There's one more unique module we can build, and that is the dry dock.
Okay. So what can we build in this dry dock?
This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations, and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question still remains: what sizes of ship can we build? Let's take a look. I'll just watch the end of the show. That's great. I want to see the reaction. Yes.
That's a javelin. Bengal. Wait, what? There's multiple? You can have multiple? What? Holy shit.
Thanks, Ian. So now we're talking. Multiple stations linking and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships. The ultimate end goal for any org. Okay, so let's take a step back. At the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned we had 3 types of players and 1 universe. And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base. Each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system. But I'd do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and CitizenCons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0. Thank you, CitizenCon, and can we welcome Chris Roberts? No? No?
1 second.
Jared? Okay. So Chris is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
You have it on my thing on. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris Roberts.
Yeah, ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I was going
1:30.
I don't know.
I mean, he didn't fully explain LTI.
Well, then they're going to scroll it.
He didn't compare that to like, what's that to like 6 months?
Thanks, Rich.
What does 6 months mean?
Rich, Dave, and Ian, I hope you guys and girls loved what you saw there. It's having a definitive line in the sand is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community. As I said, in introducing the presentation, we will never stop growing Star Citizen, even past 1.0. And part of what makes Star Citizen so special is the symbiotic relationship between you guys, the community, and us, the developers.
I think
know I could be accused
Chris
of
Roberts
creep.
deserves
You only
the
need
title
to look
of
at Spectrum, Reddit, and Discord to see countless great
Doghouse
ideas and
Dad.
suggestions that come from people playing a live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and improve. And often we take these on board
I think
because
we've got
they'll
a
make the game
Doghouse
better.
Dad today.
And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building.
It's got to be
this
a bingo
dream
for
game
someone.
together. And
what?
and I think that's
Joseph
what makes
Cross?
it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great. And we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So, what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players, as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see, oh, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing, how we get stuff.
Not interested.
So I hope you've enjoyed this year's CitizenCon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that will be delivering in the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and Pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evocati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at CitizenCon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do. You allow us a privilege that almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly mean that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that Star Citizen is and Squadron 42 is, and that's all down to you guys and girls. So thank you very, very much.
No problem.
And then over this past year, an incredibly passionate group of people have worked behind the scenes to bring this weekend's event to life. And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others have poured their hearts into making this weekend special for all of you. And a huge thanks goes out to our presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the words of Admiral Bishop, I'm proud to stand with our teams and everyone that put this show together. And all of the CAG staff working on the show floor, your hard work ensures everything runs smooth and keeps the energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much.
Thanks all the free labor.
And you know, many of us in the team are going to, myself included, are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Atmos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are, as always, they're good panels. And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And you know, CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So, thank you, and we'll see you in the verse.
I'm just sending out ships to everyone. Well, so what do everyone think? And the only like straight to flyable is has a function of nothing. You know what I mean? They're like base building vehicles. Okay, it's over. Yeah, alright. Yeah. What do you think? I'm literally just sitting here sending everyone their ships. Rambler was ninja. Ninja's doing ships. Oh, okay, I can send the rest later. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have to go back and just listen more about what they said about certain dates and things. Like they did, because they did say times, but they weren't really very close about it. I still don't know what's happening next year. Like I do like what they've showed us. Like don't get me wrong, everything they showed us and the future of like Star Citizen with it, I really like. I think it looks really, really good. But I was really looking for, in particular, like, and this is gonna come out this time. Like they were saying that a lot of things were being worked on, in particular, like, oh, this is being worked on by this time, this is doing this, but I don't know. I think I just need to like look at everything on paper and then, you know, sift through what was the real meat through the kind of garbage, because I think they have done the thing they did last time, which was they'll tell you the first part, which is the real part, but then everything else is just made up things that they could do with that first thing that they did potentially. Yeah, it was all just a bit, I don't know. I just want to know when. Like, when can we get? Probably because they're not like going to do any of that org stuff like way later on. Because like, oh, we don't have all those other things in. They're probably not going to do any of the easy things they could do, like the badge or the colors. Because they're like, oh no, we're going on this back end to be able to pick how to do all that stuff, and so we're not going to get all that technically easy stuff soon, are we? Oh well. And we didn't see the misfortune either, but we thought it was going to be like a salvaging ship. But that that other one, the new version of the Star whatever, the Max one is going to be available from like tomorrow testing, and it should be out by the end of the year. But the shooting version of it, it's not. That'll be next year. Extended Squadron 42 being 2026. I expect very little to be done in the PU. Yeah, I mean, everything from Squadron 42 that I saw, still, like, and I had a friend confirm this as well, is that it just seems like they're trying to, like, all the cameras move around trying to be so cinematic. So, like, they're trying to be over the top, like, well, like, you know, to get these, like, shots, and it's like, you just wanted to make a movie, didn't you? And that's like one of the oldest like criticisms of CR, is that he just kind of wants to be a movie director. But, I mean, I really like all the I like the idea of the org progression and us being able to like make like a like encampment down somewhere. But the entire time, all I was thinking of was that, man, we really need to make alliances with really powerful like fighting orgs and shit, so we can have them under our same like planetary fences. So if we can be like, if we can with salvaging, if we can like generate such an amount of resource that's like so beneficial, maybe like maybe our salvaging resources will be really, really good for like feeding a space station to be complete. So if we make the right, if the skull scrapers make the right like strategic organization like partnerships, we can give them the benefit of like really quick development of space stations and that, because we're constantly bringing in these materials while we have their like firepower and stuff, and we like share the same space station, and that we're gonna like have to actually find these strategic alliances that are gonna mean more than just like role playing. Like, yeah, that's really exciting to me. But once again, no dates. But they did say they were starting work on those. And since they are working on like play hubs, I like that we are looking at a direction, like a future of development that is around the player hub, player personalization kind of track. Because that's all the stuff that I really want in Star Citizen the most. That's just, it would have been, yeah, nicer to get a bit of a realistic view of it all. Right, well, that's as good as a kind of a wrap up as I could really do. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for having so much fun with all them dads. I just sent off like 1, 2, 3, like 3 of those. I'll send the rest of them either after this stream or like tomorrow. And I also added an extra ship to give out to Mike as well, who also got a bingo after that last dad spotting. So we had an extra one. So that was probably the most ships ever given away for a competition that wasn't very, very well advertised. But oh well, I think we had some fun. Alright, well, I'll catch you dudes later. See you out there in the verse.
DedLeader.